Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Accused of torturing a wolf 2 years ago in a case that received global condemnation, Cody Roberts has agreed to plead guilty or no contest to one count of felony animal cruelty. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Roberts could still face prison time.
It's 18 months probation, strict requirements like no hunting, no fishing, no shed hunting even. So you will not interact with the wild animals at all. And if he fails probation, then he could spend 18 months to 2 years in prison and pay another $4,000 in fines. So he's supposed to pay $1,000 in fines right out of the gate and could pay another $4,000 if he fails probation.
The 44-year-old Roberts was indicted last August by a grand jury. Felony animal cruelty carries a penalty of up to 2 years in prison and up to $5,000 in fines. So far, there really hasn't been any winter in Wyoming, but highway fatalities are up nearly double compared to the last 2 years. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that the Wyoming Highway Patrol says that speed, not weather, has the most impact on highway fatalities.
As a driver, the Highway Patrol explained, you can control how you drive in those conditions. And it's usually speed, and driver inattentiveness is usually listed as suspected causes in most of these cases. They do see more and more evidence of people using devices and their smartphones and stuff while they're driving. Not only is it not a good idea, it's illegal.
On Tuesday, a 19-year-old woman from Powell became the 20th person to die on Wyoming roads so far this year. That's well ahead of the 13 fatalities recorded by this time last year, so says the Wyoming Highway Patrol. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Make sure you're at the Cody Night Rodeo this year, where real cowboy action comes alive. Get your tickets starting March 2nd at CodyStampedeRodeo.com. WYDOT wants to remind you, with weight-based wind restrictions, Wyoming winds can create hazards for all types of vehicles, especially light, high-profile vehicles like box trucks, recreation vehicles, semi-tractor trailers, horse trailers, and others. Know your gross vehicle weight and heed the advisories and closures. This reminder from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
What if healthcare worked the way it should? Hoskinson Premier Care. Comprehensive quality care with one predictable fee. Unlimited office visits, annual wellness exams, preventative screenings, and advanced imaging. Primary and specialty care, in-house labs, mental health and wellness support, including physical therapy and nutrition. Just for $250 a month. No copays, no deductibles. World-class care right here in Gillette. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit HoskinsonHealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Wyoming lawmakers on Wednesday advanced a bill expanding homeschoolers' access to public school activities from grades 6 to 12 to all K-12 students. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the move mirrors Tim Tebow laws in other states, which allows equal participation for homeschooled athletes.
Senate Education Committee approved a bill and moved it forward that would allow homeschool kids to have official access to all kinds of activities, K through 12. That was the main discussion this morning, was should it be 6th grade through 12th or K through 12? They landed on an amendment that made it K through 12. And so it's looking like this bill's probably going to pass, and Wyoming is going to have its own Tim Tebow law where homeschool kids can participate.
The Senate Education Committee voted 4-0 to advance House Bill 23. A Laramie County rancher shot a roughly 2-year-old male wolf near Carpenter, Wyoming, where wolves are almost never seen. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that this may be the first recorded legal wolf killing in the county.
A rancher, it was a father and son ranchers, were doing something they do anyway. They're out hunting coyotes on their land, and there happened to be a wolf in the area. And in that part of Wyoming, that we're talking Laramie County, extreme far eastern, southeastern part of Wyoming, you are completely within your legal rights to shoot a wolf on site. You don't need a license or anything like that. The unusual part is where it was. I mean, we mostly associate wolves with northwestern Wyoming, Yellowstone National Park and kind of the area surrounding it.
Royce Breeden tells Cowboy State Daily that he shot the wolf about 2.5 miles north of the Wyoming-Colorado border. That means it's possible the wolf came from Colorado, But most of the Colorado wolves have tracking collars, and Breeden says the animal he shot didn't have one. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Our beautiful world is changing, withering, dying by the hands of those who don't value nature, even though we all depend on it for life itself. But there is hope. Together with caring friends, the Nature Conservancy can restore our lands, heal our waters, and save our wildlife with big solutions only nature can provide. But every day we lose more of the places we love, and we urgently need to save endangered lands, waters, and wild species. The actions we take today will determine the tomorrow we leave to our children and grandchildren. The water they drink, the air they breathe, the beauty they experience. To learn more about how you can help protect and conserve our beautiful world, visit nature.org today.
Good morning and a good Thursday to you. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. And we got a great lineup, including Lucas Rowley, the successful tech guy who traded it all for a move to Uganda, where he's teaching young ladies how to tie flies and be self-sustaining. What a turnaround in his life. Poetry Out Loud, Poetry Ourselves. Those events coming up first thing next month. Part of the Wyoming Arts Council. We'll have Ismael Dominguez on to talk more about that today. Senator Cynthia Lummis will be here. Don't know if she's going to bring Troy Lake, but they've been hanging around together. Senator Lummis will talk about the State of the Union and the state of the U.S. when she comes on. Chauncy Johnson, the father of the 5-year-old killed in a skiing accident 20 years ago now, and the efforts that have been made to keep other kids safe on the mountains. And Linda B. Hughes will be here. She's the Good Samaritan down in Puerto Vallarta, Mexico, who is staying there. This Thermopolis couple down there in Mexico, cartel violence going on. Linda and her husband are hunkering down. We're going to ask exactly how bad it is, whether things have cooled off a little bit. Live from Mexico, we'll beam in with Linda B. Hughes and her husband and get the latest on cartel violence down in Mexico. And, of course, the story of the Cowboy State Daily concerning how that family helped out some college kids from Canada and helped put food in the pantry when they were hunkering in place and were in need of some food. Pretty cool story. And the news of the day, of course, it's an Ask Abby Thursday. So we will be asking Abby. Heads up for you, Abby, if you're on this early. And she never is, but maybe. It'll be trivia concerning dancing, everything about dance. So I don't know how you cram for that, but brush up on dancing. Big breaking news of the day yesterday. Cowboy State Daily had it first. Claire McFarland, the Wyoming man who's accused of killing, torturing the wolf, running it over with his snowmobile, taping its mouth shut, bringing it to a bar, and then finally killing it later after he showed it off a while, has pled guilty. And the plea deal will mean several restrictions on Cody Roberts' life. He'll have to surrender his firearms if he has any. No hunting, no fishing, no anything for, I think, 2 years, 18 months, something like that. Strict probation requirements. If he breaks any of those, he'll be incarcerated. Includes no alcohol, no visits to bars. We had that breaking news yesterday. Cody Roberts, the wolf torture, alleged, has agreed to a plea deal. Wyoming Senate and House both choose their 5-member teams that will conference together to hash out the $170 million budget gap. The Senate has their version. The House's version is significantly less, $170 million. If you call that significant, we're talking about a $11 billion budget. So what's $170 million? Not huge difference, but it'll be up to those 5 senators and 5 House members to figure out, hash out, and come to an agreement between the $170 million difference. PRCA, $15 million headed to the PRCA to encourage them to relocate in Wyoming. That hit a stumble. Not dead yet, but the House committee gave a surprising no vote Wednesday. I'm not terribly surprised at the no vote, honestly. A lot of positives towards having the PRCA here, making everything all rodeo, but this is the House that's predominantly run, majority run by Freedom Caucus. And the Freedom Caucus, almost to a legislator, has pledged their distaste for the Business Council. And the Wyoming Business Council does similar work. In fact, whenever the Business Council comes up, Freedom Caucus members, including their chair, Rachel Rodriguez Williams, including the ex-chair, John Baer, say there's no reason to provide handouts to organizations, companies, businesses to relocate to Wyoming. Wyoming has plenty of inherent advantages anyway. If they want to come here and stay here and do business here, they'll do it just because Wyoming's that great. I get that argument. A lot of things about Wyoming that are great. And the reasons to come here, and you don't need a $15 million check to do it. But it never hurts if the PRCA says they want to bring their whole rodeo shebang to Wyoming, park it right next door to Cheyenne Frontier Days. They just need $15 million to get over the finish line. That's awful tempting also. But the House shot it down Wednesday. But the money for the move isn't dead yet, supporters say. Renee Jean has that story, and we'll dig more into that. Laramie County ranchers shot a huge coyote. No, wait a minute. The rancher says, quote, that ain't no coyote. It was a wolf all the way down there in Laramie County. That would be in the extreme southeast part of the state, right near the Colorado border. Now, is it a Colorado wolf that's migrated its way up, or a Yellowstone wolf from the 1990s that is that far south? I mean, wolves released in Yellowstone are now in Oregon, Washington, Idaho, Montana. They went all over the place. So to reach southern Wyoming, that's nothing. They just haven't really gone that direction. But there's every reason to believe this is a Wyoming wolf that's made its way down that far south, which I'm confused as to why Colorado would reintroduce wolves on purpose. If their desire to have wolves, if they do have a desire, it's going to happen organically. It'll happen naturally. The wolves will get there from those 1997 wolves released in Yellowstone. They've made farther treks than that in other directions. They'll get there. Was this a Colorado wolf migrated north? Probably not, says Mark Hines, because it's not collared, and I think just about all the wolves they've released there, they have collared because they want to know where they go. Are they going to go to Boulder, Denver? Are they going to go to Cheyenne? So, yeah, we'll have to figure out where this wolf came from. But he's dead now. Buffalo man accused of making pipe bombs after trying to buy fuses at local stores. Oh, man. You know, when a guy walks into the local Ace Hardware with a pipe and says, y'all sell fuses here? I kind of think everybody working is going to dive under the counter. Yeah, he went to 2 stores, and by then word was out, hey, you got to come check this dude out. Y'all sell fuses here? Waving around a pipe, steel pipe bomb. Yeah. Alert. Massive turnout as a bill to purge sex books from kids' library sections is headed to the Senate. And the age-old controversy of how do you define sexually explicit books? Some argued the Bible could spark lawsuits. The Bible showing up on the kids' shelf section has a sexually explicit enough material to be involved. I don't know about that, but it is, its controversy is never going away anytime soon. USDA reports 15,000 small farms closed or consolidated last year in the United States. 15,000 small farms are no longer small farms this year after 2025. That is an astounding number. You probably hear the cat meow and he has to go outside. He's going to right after this quick weather check. He can get kicked out into a beautiful morning here in Jackson, a little coolish. Casper, sunny, breezy, 54 today. Riverton, same. Southwest Wyoming, Evanston, gradually becoming sunshiny with 43 the high. 47 in Green River, sunny and windy. Pinedale, sunshine, 37. Alpine, 38 and mostly sunny. DuBois, sunny, windy, 38. Jackson, upper 30s with sun. Thermopolis, sunshine, highs in the middle 50s in Thermop. Cody, a lot of wind, sunny, 51, but wind's going to be in the 40s at times. Buffalo, sunny with highs 51 today. Sheridan, sunshine, 58. What a beautiful day up there in Johnson and Sheridan County. Sunshine at Gillette with highs 54, few wind gusts. Newcastle, sunny 53. Torrington, red flag warning. That means super high winds combined with just no layer of snow at all. Highs today 61. And if you light a match anywhere near that grass, off it'll go. So be careful. Red flag warning in Douglas as well. Sunshine, breezy, 55. Red flag warning in Cheyenne. Sunny with wind gusts. 53 the high in Cheyenne. 46 in Laramie. Sunny, breezy. Rawlins, sunshine and wind with highs 46. That's what it looks like around the state. Don Day and the day weather forecast. Don will be on live later today, and we'll chat about weather. All right, Cat goes outside. This is our early Cat break. We'll be back in just 2 minutes.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick from ranch roads to mountain peaks. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories, real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
And we're back from break. Cowboy State Daily Show. The raccoons are out again. Is that normal? Aren't raccoons kind of hibernating? I thought they were like a hibernation kind of critter. I don't typically see them out in winter. And I know it's not winter. I get it. But man, I don't secure my food sources outside like I should in the winter because I figure nothing's going to be out there. No raccoon going to be out there. They're out there. An issue with the show on Facebook. Let me check that out. Stand by. Sometimes the show does not launch on Facebook by itself, and apparently this is one of those times. Okay, let me pop that on for you. It's been happening lately. It's a technical thing. All we got to do is, I don't know, click some buttons. I don't know why that happens. It should be on Facebook now if you refresh. I was watching a little bit of a baseball game, preseason. It's spring training baseball. And I was aghast, is no other way to put it, with the whole ABS challenge. ABS standing for, what is it? Automatic Ball Strike Challenge System. And here's the problem. Baseball's struggling to come into the new tech age where everything is made clear with video, slow motion video, 10,000 cameras, and the whole the last play is under review has ruined football. What is the one beef you have about a football game? I don't want to say all women. There are women football fans, but any wife, any girlfriend, any woman can tell you what's wrong with football. It's 4 hours with 11 minutes of action. 4 hours of nothing. Guys huddling, two dudes talking, and if it's Chris Collinsworth, gag me. And then constant replays of the play that just happened, and then replays, 10 more replays on top of that if somebody missed a call. penalty, flags flying. It's the inaction of football brought on in great part by the replay and video challenges. Now we've introduced the same poison, that same cancer to baseball. The most beautiful game, perfectly designed out of the box. I mean, when they made up baseball in what year did baseball get invented? Baseball invented. You had to invent it. Not invented by one person, rather established from the game rounders. All right, whatever. Cricket. What did they play the first? Abner Doubleday, 1839. I'll go with that. 1839, the game was designed with the mound 66 feet and something, a quarter of an inch or whatever from the plate. And look at the changes now in the athletes. When baseball was invented, you watch those dudes and the black and white, the herky-jerky black and white things, and they were not good, man. They were not perfect, those first baseball players. When they designed the game, they said bases shall be 90 feet apart. And back then, there was still what we have today, even though the athletes have changed tremendously. Similar to basketball, with a rim is this high, and now basketball players are 7 feet. Basketball players can just drop the ball in the rim, like whoop. Who would have ever thought when they invented basketball? Yet it remains still pretty much the game was a challenging game. It was, even though guys now have outgrown the dimensions of a basketball court and everything else, still remains a challenging sport. Baseball, even more so. Baseball has, back when dudes in their pantaloons and ill-fitting shoes and no gloves, and then the first gloves were like a chunk of cow leather. And these were not like professional athletes, man. No way. They had day jobs. They worked on the train. They were train engineers, welders, plumbers. They worked down at the sawmill, and then they played baseball at night. These were not your greatest athletes. These were your dad with a dad bod. Even Babe Ruth, smoking, drinking in the dugout. These were not prime athletes, spent a lot of time in a gym. They didn't know where the gym was. Weight room? Pfft, what's that? And yet, in their time, a slow ground ball to shortstop, and you run in like as fast as you could run in 1850. It's not that everybody was slow in 1850. But according to the black and white films I've seen, people did not run like athletes. They ran like, I don't know what they ran like. And they didn't throw good and they didn't swing good. These were not today's athletes. Let's just say that. Yet there was still, even in 1850 when the game was imagined, there was still a bang-bang play at first, like real close. You could, as a beer guzzling part-time welder playing baseball, could almost beat out that slow roller to deep short with a guy who's playing shortstop who throws like a girl. That was like a perfectly close play. 5 out of 10 times you'd beat it out for a single. 5 out of 10 times you'd be out by a sliver. The beauty of baseball. Now you fast forward to today, and you got guys who can throw a ball through a brick wall. They got rocket for an arm. But the dude hitting can run a lot faster, man. He runs a 4.4 40. And it's still that same play. Slow roller to deep, short throw. They got him by. Whoop, let's go to the video replay. It's still a beautifully close play. The game has not been ruined by the advancement of the athlete. It's his perfect game. And it's also one of the only games not run on a clock until they introduce the stupid pitch clock. But the game ends when it ends. The pastoral nature of baseball. It's over when it's over. No, but how long? The beer company said, we got to sell commercials. I mean, how many times could we take a break? Are there quarters? Are there halves? No. Well, how long is the first half? No. There's no halves. There's no clock. What do you mean there's no clock, says Anheuser-Busch? How are we going to sell beer on TV if we televise baseball game? We need to know when it's going to, and then the NBC, ABC, CBS says, well, before we put it on TV, we need to know when it ends. It ends when it ends. 9 innings. Well, how long's that? Depends. Depends on how many times they change pitchers. Depends on how many times the pitcher has to spit on the ball and how many times the batter has to step out of the box to adjust his private parts. It may never end. Some games go on and on. Well, then if it's tied after 9 innings, when do you stop it? They play all night, all day, all night till it's over. It's a wonder that game ever got on TV. And now they've made so many changes. They've messed around with the extra innings. They've introduced a pitch clock to speed it up, which I almost don't mind because baseball did carry on and on and on. Guys were wasting time. And we did all these things to make the game a little bit faster because let's admit, everybody's problem with baseball. Ask everybody's problem with football. It's 4 hours of 11 minutes of action. With all the other stuff. What's the problem with baseball? It's too slow. Too slow. I can't stay engaged. We're in this fast 15-second viral reels age. You can't sit there and watch a whole 4-hour baseball game. It's too slow. So they sped it up a little, only to slow it down now. As I get to my point, this ABS challenge that I watched. And I hope this sports discussion doesn't disenfranchise anybody who's not sports-minded. This is more than sports. This is a discussion about jimmying around with tradition, changing things to suit our new tastes. And yes, I do not like change, I guess. But don't mess with baseball. It's perfect. So now they introduced the ABS challenge because, as we found out in baseball, guess what? Humans are flawed. Oh, my. Well, God said that in Genesis. And that was a little bit before the invention of baseball. Adam, Eve, the very first humans, flawed. Thanks to Eve. No, we don't blame it all on Eve. Adam also had a role. Where was Adam? Dude, you're supposed to be the protector of your wife. You're supposed to be her life partner. And you got some snake telling her to eat some fruit that the only thing you're not supposed to do. Where were you? Everybody wants to blame Eve for falling for the snake story and then getting Adam to partake. Adam was, I assume, there. Well, he was there. She took a bite and then handed it to him. So Adam's standing there like a lump, probably busy watching baseball while his wife's talking to the snake. Yeah, sure, honey. I've had a hard day at work. And he's got one eye on the ball game, one eye on the Garden of Eden newspaper, the Garden of Eden Journal, and he's not paying attention. His wife is getting tempted. So, Adam, you're to blame as well. Both of them. We are flawed humans from the get-go. So, to expect a human to be able to make accurate calls in a baseball game, now we fast forward from Genesis to Yankee Stadium. And here comes the pitch. Oh, it's low. Boy, that looked good to me, says the announcer. It looked good to me, too, says the Yankee fan. What do you mean low? It was right over the plate. And we see now with TV has invented the strike zone box. We can all see every mistake the umpire makes. Slow motion replay. Close play at second. Was the outer safe? Let's look at that again in slow motion. The umpires don't have slow motion. They have real time. They got to get it right once. And now we have all this tech, which can show us how many times humans are wrong. Well, is that a surprise? Even the best umpires are wrong occasionally. We're all human. Just play the game. It'll all even out is what I say. Just play the game. Was the outer safe? I don't know. They'd go with the ump's call. He's the decider. It'll all even out. It's the reason they play 162 games in a regular season and not 10 games. It'll all even out. But now we gotta have challenges in baseball to every play. Was that outer safe when he slid into third base? Outer safe. If you didn't like the call, you can throw the red flag as a coach, as a manager, and they'll go play 3 beer commercials while they decide from the 37 different angles whether he was out or safe. They've made baseball even slower with the replay. What could be worse than that? Well, they invented it this year. We're getting our first look at ABS, automated strike ball. Now we're going to challenge every single pitch in baseball. Any pitch, any call you don't like, if you're the catcher and you caught it, and the umpire says that's a ball, and you thought it was a strike, you tried to help your pitcher out, you tap your head. I want that challenge. Oh my goodness, we got to go to, if you're the hitter and a ball is way up over your head and the umpire says strike, and you're like, you got to be kidding, strike, tap your head. And we go to the ABS challenge. It's going to make baseball really hard to watch if we got to do this nonsense. I don't like computers in baseball. Let the umpire call the game, or one or the other. The challenge is stupid. If we have the technology that already knows exactly whether it's a ball or strike, then get rid of the home umpire. The only reason we haven't is because they have a union. There's a Major League Baseball umpire union. And you can't just eliminate the umpires overnight in one season. But that's where we're headed, obviously, is we don't need the flawed human making the calls back there. He can't see, 4 eyes. Let's just go right to the machine. If the machine does it better, but we have this silly challenge. Every pitch, I don't like that call. They're ruining the game of baseball with the challenge of the pitches now. Everything that happens in baseball now can be challenged in a game that once was maligned for lasting 4.5 hours because it has no clock, no overtime. It just goes until somebody wins. And now we've made it even longer with the ABS challenge. Great idea.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya, just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the capital to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Guy walks into a Buffalo, Wyoming Ace Hardware store. Sounds like the beginning of a joke, right? Guy walks into a hardware store. This might not have been a joke, though. In fact, Buffalo Police Department was not amused. They arrested Tyler Roy on suspicions of bomb making. What crime is that, actually? Can you not make bombs? Possession of explosives? Is that a crime? It probably is. I mean, you can possess a gun, and if you're not using it, then can you possess a pipe bomb as long as you're not using it? Although, what do you need the pipe bomb for? Obviously. What is the charge here? I would like to know. First, felony charge. It is a felony charge of possession of an explosive device. So you cannot possess bombs in the United States. Well, there goes that. The whole Second Amendment. We need firearms in case of an apocalyptic future where the government turns against us, a future which you can almost see play out on the TV in Minneapolis. But we can't have bombs. Misdemeanor, reckless endangering. So, guy walks into a hardware store, and the punchline is he's arrested for felony charge of possession of explosive device, misdemeanor, reckless endangerment. Tyler Roy, born in 2003, that would make him somewhere in the neighborhood of 23, or perhaps 22, depending on his birthday. Had his first court appearance Tuesday. He went to 2 stores asking if they sold fuses and apparently waving around his galvanized steel pipe. That is, I think we can add 1 charge to possession of explosives, Tyler. Lack of situational awareness. I mean, where did you think this was going? If indeed you wanted to make a bomb on the down low, just in case you needed a bomb for legit purposes, assuming you're not trying to blow up your neighbor, you don't have some nefarious mastermind plan with your bomb. Here's how you don't go about it. Walk into the Ace Hardware with said bomb, the pipe, with inside it, it's got, apparently it had, BBs, things that you need in a bomb that cause damage when they blow up and fly. I mean, he's got the whole bomb. He's got the gunpowder, 2 lengths of pipe, gunpowder, and BB pellets. I already say he's got the bomb. He just needs to light it. He needs the fuse. And Tyler, dude, I know Ace is the place with the helpful hardware folks, but they're not that helpful. They're not going to aid and abet your criminal bomb making. And you bring the bomb. I guess, sometimes I bring things into the Ace because I need to size a bolt, What kind of bolt would hold this? So I can see maybe you bring your bomb. What kind of fuse do you suggest for this bomb? And you plop that on the counter. I mean, everybody in the Ace, as soon as that guy walks in, I wish I had a sound effect of the door ringing, the doorbell, guy walks in. I can only imagine. I've been to the Buffalo Ace, and it is, guy walks in at 2:30 on a Tuesday. It's dead quiet until the bell goes off. Ding, ding. Oh, we got a customer. The guy at the Ace counter wakes up. The stock boy in the back is like, "Oh, got a customer." And Tyler Roy walks in and said, "You all sell fuses?" and waves a pipe bomb. Dude, everybody wearing an Ace smock is now diving on the floor as if you walked into a bank and said, "This is a holdup. Y'all sell fuses." Tyler, don't bring the bomb to the Ace, and just kind of get around to the whole fuse topic. Go in there under the guise that you're looking for a lawn chair, maybe a new lid for the pellet stove, and then casually bring up the idea of, what kind of string burns really good that would make a fuse, for instance? You just sort of gently steer the conversation in that direction. You don't walk into the Ace Hardware waving the pipe bomb saying y'all sell fuses. And that's why, as your legal counsel, I advise you to plead this one out as fast as you can. The alleged pipe bomb making materials found in a van's shoebox under a bed in a home he shares with his fiance and young son. Well, I'm not sure exactly what he's allegedly making bombs for. There are people who say, have need for firearm. What do you need a firearm for if you don't hunt? Well, I read the news. That's why I need a firearm. I mean, and maybe you need a bomb in case, the burglar, there's more than one. I don't know why you would need an alleged bomb. But the woman, it was his fiance told police she knew about the box, had no clue what it contained, and it had potentially the components to make a bomb. She was not aware of that. The woman never indicated to investors that she was aware of the bombs. That's kind of negative writing. You mean she negatively indicated that she was positively aware of the bombs? I think that's better stated. That, of course, this is police writing the police report. I think it's instead of stated in the negative, the woman never indicated to investigators that she was aware of the bombs. stated positively she was unaware of the bombs. I'm positive I was unaware he had bombs in the van's box. She did indicate she knew he had some pipe and other materials under the bed, but wasn't sure what they were for. Okay. However, the affidavit outlines that she also said Roy has talked with her about how bombs work and how he likes to talk about war. Oh, boy. So, boyfriend has the situational awareness of a Colorado tick and walks into Ace with his bomb asking about fuses. Girlfriend sees the bomb hidden under a box under the bed, and boyfriend's talking all the time about how bombs work. Well, golly, kids, do some math here. He's making a bomb. Well, I know sometimes couples don't talk about things. You don't want to talk about the fact that he leaves his socks everywhere and she's always has to vacuum right in the fourth quarter of that big game. Sometimes you leave those conversations aside. But the one about the bomb under the bed, that might be a conversation you wish to bring up now and then. Roy started to raise suspicions with employees at Buffalo Ace Hardware Friday. Yeah, I'll say. He was acting suspiciously, was caught attempting to steal a drill bit. Oh, this is a new wrinkle in the case. That's a problem. They decided to make him pay for the drill bit rather than call police. So he got away with the first visit. He tried to steal a drill bit. They made him pay for it. He also paid for 2 3/4-inch galvanized threaded end caps, which would cap on. You'd screw those on to the ends of your pipe bomb. Pipes are also used for plumbing occasionally, but more often for bombs. The next day, Roy returned to the same Ace Hardware store. They further explained on Saturday, the same male came in looking to buy a fuse. At that time, they explained to him they don't sell anything like that, and he left. By Sunday morning, the workers got together, Ace, and were all talking, thought they should call police. Yes. So it took a whole day. I would have made that call right immediately. Guy walks in with a pipe and says, asks if you sell fuses. My fingers are dialing 911 pretty fast. Folks down at the bomb guards also said they remember Roy, who was there looking around for capped pipe fuses. So this guy just, bumping around town, asking every store if they sell materials to make bombs. This is stuff you do on the down low on the internet research, Tyler. Yowza. Tuck says these stories are all on the interwebs on Cowboy State Daily. I like to read them on the Facebook just to see the reactions to the stories, to kind of gauge what stories are resonate with people or are popular with readers. This one has 86 influences. Thumbs up, thumbs down, many laughing, many shocked emojis like, oh, and 17 shares, 18 comments. One of the lead comments from Tuck is, this used to be a free country. Now you can't even go into the Ace Hardware and get bomb making materials anymore without getting ratted out on. No, Tuck started with that sentence. We used to be a free country. Yeah, we did before we started buying bomb making materials at the Ace. Ace is the place with the helpful IED suggestions. For that size of bomb, I recommend this length of fuse. I don't know if they have that kind of training at the Ace. Anyway, next topic. Cody Roberts. I probably could have saw a plea deal coming with this. I'm not too surprised. For one thing, if you're trying the case, if you're the county trying the case. Oh, Timmy says hi from Pennsylvania. Hi, Timmy. How you doing? If you're prosecuting this case, it's very tricky because it falls partly under the purview of Game and Fish, what you do with a wolf, how you dispatch it. According to our Game and Fish, who manage wildlife, this is the authority on how to treat wildlife. They say Cody Roberts is guilty of nothing but possession of the wolf. It's okay to run it over with a snow machine. It's okay to tape its mouth shut, shoot it in the head, whatever. The only problem Game and Fish had with it was he took it home, or rather took it to the bar. The time you carry around a live wolf is possession. And that's what Game and Fish had a problem with, and that's what he paid a $250 fine for. Now, how cruel is it to wolves? Well, that's according to the county investigators. Sublet's such a small county, I think they farmed it out to Sweetwater, right? I mean, Sublet didn't want nothing to do with us. I'm pretty sure. Let me read this. From my memory is, oh no, it was Sublet. I might be thinking of another case. Scheduled to go to trial March 9th in Sublette County District Court, where this happened. The Green River Bar is in Daniel, Wyoming. Don't look for it on a map. You'll never find it. It's just a junction. Two highways come together, and they call it Daniel. And there's a bar there. And they do some really good chili contests once a year, I'll tell you that. Great bar. And Cody Roberts, 44-year-old, brings the wolf to the bar, and that's why he's in trouble with the county. And felony animal cruelty carries a penalty of up to 2 years in prison, $5,000 of fine. So that's what Roberts was looking at. It would have been tough to prosecute. Yeah, it would have been tough for Cody Roberts to wiggle out of it. And the longer this goes on, and the more Cody has to read his name in the paper, and the more Cody has to hear me say his name and everybody else, he just can't make this go away. This is 2 years ago now, and we're talking about a guy who's the poster child of every wildlife advocate agency out there. This is enemy number one. And he and his lawyer just want to make this go away, I would imagine. I saw a plea deal coming, and here it is. Cody said, I just want out of this. He and his lawyer have accepted a plea deal. From what the Cowboy State Daily understands and Claire McFarland understands is he signed this on February 18th. He could still change his plea to guilty or no contest later if he doesn't like the end results, and the end results are presumed to be that Sublette County attorney prosecuting the case, Clayton Milinkovich, will say, Cody, okay, here's going to be your charge for your guilty plea. You're going to pay a bunch of fines, I think like $300. That's what a wolf's worth. And you'll not be allowed to hunt or fish for the entirety of the probation, which is 18 months. I think he'll be on probation for. He'll be on probation. Maybe that's not clear. Let's say 1.5 years, 2 years. He'll be on probation. No hunting, no fishing, no alcohol, no entering bars. Can't be in a bar, can't be drinking a beer for a year or more, however long probation is. Follow all recommended treatment. So they could say, you know what? You have to go to this Hug a Wolf program where you have to sit in a room full of wolves and wolf stuffies and hug them all and tell them how much you love them. Whatever the treatment they come up with, he's got to follow it. Other standard probation includes he can't, at the end of this, he'll be a convicted felon because he is pleading guilty, not no contest. So he'll never be able to possess a firearm or vote. He surrenders all this with the guilty plea. If that stays, and we'll keep an eye on this story for you. In the Cowboy State Daily, Claire McFarland popped it out. That was breaking news just yesterday, and we had it for you. That's going to do it for our first hour here on the Cowboy State Daily Show. We got 3 more to go. Long way to go. Stay with us on this Thursday. It's great having you along. We got to drop out now for top of the hour news. We'll be right back.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The U.S. lost 15,000 small farms in 2025 due to being sold or consolidated. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossouw reports that although Wyoming has avoided major losses, Farm Bureau President Todd Fornstrom says, quote, "When you get rid of so many small farms, you're taking rural people out of rural America."
Speaking with representatives from the Wyoming Farm Bureau Federation, they said that the closure and consolidation of small farms across the United States, it's a trend that's been ongoing for decades. Farms have a lot of costs and not a lot of profit. That's not happening as much in Wyoming. It's not that Wyoming's immune to these national trends. It's more that Wyoming's agricultural industry is dominated by livestock predominantly and crops like wheat and other things that aren't as volatile.
According to the USDA, Texas lost the most, with 2,000 farms gone. 1 year ago, Troy Lake was in federal prison for deleting emission systems on ailing diesel engines. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that on Tuesday evening, Lake attended President Donald Trump's State of the Union address at the Capitol in Washington, D.C.
Troy Lake, the diesel mechanic who spent 7 months in federal prison at the age of 65 for deleting emission systems on ailing diesel engines, was Senator Cynthia Lummis' special guest to the State of the Union. Now, this is not too long after Trump pardoned him, even while Trump is scaling back some of these interpretations of federal law that led the Biden administration to prosecute delete mechanics criminally. When I interviewed Troy Lake a few hours before the State of the Union, he said he was mostly sad that he couldn't bring with him all the people who helped him get pardoned.
Lake joined U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis at the State of the Union address, and that's after Lummis championed his cause and Trump pardoned him on November 7th. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Make sure you're at the Cody Night Rodeo this year, where real cowboy action comes alive. Get your tickets starting March 2nd at CodyStampedeRodeo.com. WYDOT wants to remind you, with weight-based wind restrictions, Wyoming winds can create hazards for all types of vehicles, especially light, high-profile vehicles like box trucks, recreation vehicles, semi-tractor trailers, horse trailers, and others. This reminder from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
At Hoskinson Health Advanced Imaging, an imaging experience that's accurate and above all, human. Built around the most advanced diagnostic technology in Wyoming, we deliver fast, clear, and reliable answers. No physician referral is required for an appointment. Most insurance is accepted. Competitive cash pricing and personalized insurance assistance. Hoskinson Health Advanced Imaging. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit hoskinsonhealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A Buffalo man who walked into 2 local hardware stores with a length of galvanized steel pipe, asking if the stores sold fuses, has been arrested on suspicion of making pipe bombs. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that Tyler G. Roy told police he made homemade fireworks and smoke bombs.
When they searched his home, they did find a box under his bed that the police report says that they found pipes cut in the length of what normally would be for a pipe bomb. They found, the end caps. They found gunpowder and even kind of a diary, kind of a list of the steps he's taken in creating devices so far.
If convicted, Roy could face up to 10 years in prison and a fine up to $10,000 for possessing an explosive. Hawaii native Debbie Pummel, a Casper resident for 33 years, won Wyoming's 2026 Big Wyo Tourism Award. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports Pummel was recognized for 3 decades of leadership in the state's hospitality industry and her dedication to mentoring future tourism professionals.
It's only given to people who have made outstanding contributions, major impact for Wyoming's tourism and hospitality industry. Debbie Pummel has been here in Wyoming for more than 30 years now, and she's someone who's been working quietly kind of behind the scenes. She has been a guiding force behind the state's Pro Start program, which last night handed out $2 million in scholarships to Wyoming students who are entering the hospitality industry.
Hummel accepted the Big YO Award on Tuesday night during the Governor's Hospitality and Tourism Convention. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
My mom and dad were traditional Asian parents. Now, my father would go to work before I woke up in the morning, and then he would come home too tired to play with me. I tell my son, I love you every single day. I love you. Now, my dad has never said that to me. Not because he doesn't love me, but because culturally it wasn't comfortable for him. So I teased him the other day and I said, how come you never say that to me? And he said, you're too old now. Now that he's a grandfather, he says, I love you to my son every time he sees him. My advice to all the fathers out there, forget the material things, forget the cultural restrictions. They grow up way too fast for you to waste even a single precious minute or moment.
Say bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake back here on a Thursday from news. We're going to get introduced here, and you're going to meet an interesting guy. Lucas Rowley and his wife. Is it Rowley? Is that how we say it? Okay.
That's it. You got it.
Lucas and his wife, Hannah. Are you in Uganda right now?
I am. We're in Kampala, Uganda, with Lake Victoria in the background.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, what a spot. So here's, if you haven't read the story, you could, I guess, go quick read along as we talk to Lucas and get the background, get up to date. Lucas is a Wyomingite, born in Cody, raised in Casper. You might remember him back in the days as a Mustang, Natrona County, go Mustangs, track and field. He then went on to Stanford, where he met his wife, Hannah. Those two got involved in Cardinal Life Ministry, and that was your first peek at what life outside of Wyoming and maybe outside of the United States would be like. But maybe that planted a seed. Maybe God planted the seed then. I don't know. But you took a little bit of convincing, because tell me about your career, high school, college. You and the wife were working tech gigs in California, making probably pretty good money, and then eventually moved to Austin doing the same thing. But get us up to then, where life is probably pretty good for you, Lucas.
Yeah, it certainly was. When I first graduated, I had two offers, one from a startup in Santa Barbara, California, and the other one was General Motors in Detroit. So I asked my wife, I said, where do you want to live? Do you want to live in Santa Barbara or Detroit? So
tough call.
So we continued the California adventure and moved south a little bit, and then, worked in these companies for a while, learned a tremendous amount. And I think that really opened our eyes to, hey, there's a lot of jobs in a company that you don't always get exposed to when you're going through school. And so I think that seed of, hey, wait a minute, business can really be used as a force for good. It can be used as a training ground, skills improvement, teaching, mentorship, discipleship. As we walked in as fresh grads and had a number of people that were ahead of us in their careers, and just asking, what do you do? How do you do this? What is it like to work in these environments? And so that fast pace, that learning, that quick iteration, certainly, I think, instilled a lot into us, kind of setting us up, little did we know, for what we're doing now.
Interesting. I didn't get that take reading that, and maybe that wasn't as evident in the story. I felt like just you and Hannah at some point said, these are great jobs, they pay well, but there's something missing. There's some gnawing thing, a hunger at you. But it was also an exposure to like what the jobs did and what they could do, and discipleship and training, because that's where you are now. Let's fast forward to your first introduction that maybe now you're in Austin, you make the move during COVID. Things got freaky in California in COVID. A lot of people left. You're still doing the gig. You got a family now, you got kids, and things are still going fine. But then tell me about the first inkling that there's another world where things aren't so fine.
Yeah, a gentleman in our church was running an organization here in Uganda, still is, called Rescue One More. And he was telling me, he was like, hey, I'm about to go to Uganda. There's a pretty big kind of operation that's getting put together. Dozens and dozens of kids they're found are being trafficked out of kind of this hotel resort. And he goes, we think it's about to come down and we need to be there to catch people. And immediately I'm like, oh, is this like, are we going to kick in the door and go, be there? And as things kind of progressed, different authorities, different groups started, getting involved and kind of really capturing the evidence. And so, but I had already bought a plane ticket. And so I was on the plane, headed to Uganda, really to see like, what is it like? Like, what is the work that you're doing there? We hear about kind of some of the problems and the challenges that my friend in this organization, Rescue One More, were trying to solve, and getting on the ground and seeing them firsthand of, okay, after someone is rescued from trafficking, after they come out of this abuse, they're put in a safe place, they're either resettled with family, but then what? Some of them can go back to school. Some of them, maybe if they've learned a skill along the way, can earn money. But for the ones that maybe don't have a skill or an education, didn't complete the equivalent of high school, what do? Especially if the person that was doing the abuse, usually was in the family, is now, on the run or in jail. There went the money. And so there's kind of this like, oh, wow, there's a really stuck, you can really be stuck here. So I'm like, what are y'all doing to solve this? And he goes, that's where I think you come into play. So it was certainly a whirlwind 4-day adventure that I made in Africa.
That original trip to Africa, to Uganda, Lucas is thinking, you need me to help save these kids. And he's probably headed over there in the plane in SWAT gear. It wasn't that kind of saving. This is more long-term saving. And I didn't realize, I know, I hear of, the only things I hear about Africa are my church's missionaries, missions to there. And two things. One, it is sometimes as bad as you think. Like the stats are just astounding. 1 in 3 girls sexually abused, often from within the family. How do you get out of that? How do you break that cycle? How do you get out of that mold? Well, it's stuff that Lucas and Hannah are doing. That's how. And Scott Lambie. And then the other thing is, and I think eventually as a believer, it probably started to inspire you, is people in Africa who have heard the word, heard the gospel, are on fire for it like crazy. And you think we should be like this in the United States, I mean, they are revival level. Like that it is hope that they don't have in their life, and they latch onto that, man. So, all right, you go over there, you get your first look, but you're still not convinced. I don't know about bringing my whole family over there and setting up a new life. How did that happen? It was a long drive, and you got to thinking.
Yeah, long drive. And one of the first things was, we're like, it's weird to almost use the term missionary. I don't really, see myself as that, in the sense that, we all are, if you follow Jesus, he says, hey, go out and make disciples. And so if you're an accountant working at a big firm, like, you're making disciples there. That's like your sphere. I won't say there's anything special necessarily about Africa. And so, it took a while to get that like word, almost out of our mouth and, kind of speak it into the existence, which was a bit of a process. But we started trying to put together a business plan and say, okay, if our mission, our work with these ladies is to a long-term like career, not just a job, not just a seasonal job, but we want this to be long-term, where their kids, they can pay for their kids to go to school, they can buy land. It's the growth trajectory that we saw in these tech companies, kind of that similar path. Like, we need to have a business plan. Like, does this even work on paper? And, we baked in a ton of assumptions that were all wrong the minute our feet hit the ground. But really, we saw a path like, yeah, we actually think that these ladies could be sustained by this. Like, there's a real path to profitability in the sense that, hey, they're making flies and we're not solely relying on donor dollars to make this business go round. And so that was a big process where I'm like looking at this, I'm like, I don't know, God, does this make sense? Like, are you in this? And sometimes the wisdom of the world goes in contrast to that. And it wouldn't be my first choice, especially coming from software. The software margins are crazy good, or they can be. Building flies, they're a little smaller.
Yeah. So Lucas, you feel now the calling, not so much to memorize and share the book of Luke, but to give kids over there in Uganda a chance of like getting out, breaking this cycle. Your family's broken up because you're 13 and your dad was abusing you and now he's in jail, and how you gonna, there's one place to turn, and that's probably the sex trade. So maybe there's another place to turn, and that's the whole fly making thing. You come up with a business plan, a model, because that's stuff that's in your skill set. And you do launch what is now a successful and getting more successful online sales of lures, of tying flies, something that you also, I think, enjoyed. You started doing, the more you do it, the more you really see the zen of it and the working with your hands. RescueRiver.com is now launched. That's a real thing and is changing lives in Uganda. And now you're mentoring other people because you did, as you said, the original business plan and ideas you had. You're like, oh, well, that's not right. You want to give other people that leg up. I'm going to give you the fast track to how to do something similar.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, as we've gone on in time, the staff that we work with in the workshop, they're learning about life, in some ways, parts of their childhood were absent or taken. And so I end up kind of being this father figure, uncle, as they call me. They call me Uncle Lucas. And so we wrestle with lots of questions, fun ones, silly ones. We are going through the 10 Commandments, kind of trying to give an overview in our morning devotions that are about, 15, 30 minutes long. And one of them said, Uncle, how do I honor my father if my father was the one that did a bad thing to me? And, that's a big question to talk through. And so we get to walk through them, in that question and saying like, well, what are ways, what does showing honor look like? Does it always mean saying yes to the thing that, he's asking? Probably not. But praying for him, what are some other things that you can do? So we've had those conversations, but then we've had, other ones where, now that they're earning money, they're talking about, what are we going to do on the weekend? Let's go to this beach, or they'll come in with a new cell phone. And so I feel like in a lot of ways, my life has been fast tracked to the late teenage years, early 20s of, I'm like, oh, so this is what it's like to teach someone that age, responsibility with money. So, trying to apply the lessons that we're learning in our devotions throughout the workday. And, some days they're pretty quiet. Not every day is this home run grand slam of a amazing question and breakthrough. A lot of times we're there just giving feedback and, encouraging them like, hey, you showed up on time today. Like, those flies that you're making, I see how you made this adjustment here, or I see how you're paying attention to these details, or I see how you're treating the other staff that we have, reinforcing some of those good habits that they weren't taught, or because their life was like a roller coaster in those early years. We're not quite sure what everything was taught. So yeah, it's been an incredibly humbling opportunity to be here and do this work.
Well, former Wyoming kid who walked away from what I assume is a lucrative tech job to start this mission in Uganda. A mission not like missionary, but mission like to change lives and show kids a different way out. RescueRiver.com is where you can find it on the internet. And your family, how's Hannah's there? Your kids are there. Like, that's a big relocation. And it probably, when you get a day where the Uganda kids are doing regular stuff, like what are we doing this weekend, and sharing what they see on their phones, that's got to feel like a really ordinary life. But it's that ordinary is huge for a Uganda kid, I imagine. How's your family acclimating?
They're doing well. There've been some bumps in the road, but overall we're doing well. My wife Hannah dropped our daughter off at the workshop, and so she spent the afternoon with me. She's finishing up a bit of homeschool, and she showed up without any shoes on, and I'm like, "My girl, where are your shoes at?" She's like, "Well, I just ran out of the house and jumped in the car," and so. She's walking in, and where our workshop is, it's kind of a business park, a building almost. And so there's a law firm, there's a property management, there's people in suits and ties, and our daughter's running out in her bare feet.
Yeah.
And so there's moments like that where you just kind of laugh, and she's like, "Yeah, don't like wearing shoes here." So yeah, it's fun. Or they sell sugarcane along the side of the road, and there's like a wheelbarrow, and you see these big green sticks, look like a big straw almost sticking out. And our kids now know, they're like, if I tell Daddy that the sugarcane is on our side, like the side that we're driving, which is the other side of the road, the left side,
yeah,
like he'll pull over and buy us some. So they're like, "Daddy, sugarcane, our side, right up front." So we'll pull over and, get some sugarcane, and they'll be munching on it on the way home. So there's some sweet, small, like, moments that we are really enjoying here, that, I look back and I'm like, I hope and pray that our kids are, they see like, hey, Mom and Dad, like, took us on an adventure. They were following in obedience after what they believed. And like, I hope that they come to appreciate that.
Fantastic. You've I think there's no right or wrong path in life. You just choose yours, and you do it best you can. RescueRiver.com. Lucas, Hannah, and the family have relocated to Uganda, where they are changing lives there and making a difference. So find out more at RescueRiver.com. Find out how you, the fly shop in Jackson Hole, can buy the flies, and every fly you buy is going to help the cause. Thank you for being on, Lucas. Appreciate it.
Thank y'all.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We got to get Don Day in here and do a little weather forecasting. Let me get fancy with my buttons here. We're going to kick Lucas out. And we're going to move in Don Day with the day weather forecast. We got to know what the weather going to be in Jackson. Still the wind hanging around, I'm afraid, a little bit. And some mild temps. We're coming out of that last little blast of snow. Nobody's going to see real snow today. Are we done? It's mostly nice day.
No, we're in between systems.
Yeah.
So really for the next 3 days, it's going to be mild and windy. As we get to the end of the weekend and into early next week is when we start to see moisture come back, especially for the south and the west.
And that's more stuff off the Pacific Ocean?
Yeah. In fact, the system that just came through is part of a larger storm that broke into two pieces earlier in the week. The second piece has been left behind, and it's spinning around out there, but it's going to get a kick eastward. So we're actually going to have the same storm twice.
Oh,
in two pieces, basically. I'm encouraged that this is going to bring another good slug of moisture, especially to the southern mountains, the Wasatch of Utah again. Wyoming's like the Wind Rivers will do really good. So this will be another good producer of moisture, but it's going to really focus itself on the south. But there's another system, Jake, behind that one that comes late next week. So we actually have two storm systems next week.
All right. Yeah, we need that. And I like the way they've been going this year where we just haven't had that spell where it's so bone chilling cold. Like plug in the diesel, ridiculous cold. You don't even want to go outside. This is snow in the mountains, little rainy, muddy down in the valley floor, but I'll take that because we need the snowpack in the upper green and the Tetons everywhere. Is that this little storm system that split off and got left behind to spin all by itself? It reminds me of poor little Punch the monkey who only has a plushie to play with. Does he get shoved our way by this one behind it? You said it finally.
Exactly. The kicker. There's another low back over the Aleutians that's going to kick it eastward. So
got it.
The redheaded stepchild storm gets pushed in this early next week.
He's going to feel a lot like the one we just had because it's his other brother. Yeah. Thanks, Don. Appreciate it. Don Day weather forecast. We're going to be joined by our friends. We're going to do a little poetry, I think. All right. So let's get into a rhyming mode. We'll be back, Jack, after this.
Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow. Oh, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner!
Go. Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the family.
Yeah!
I thought you were on my team. Wait.
Cowboy State Daily Show, and we're back from break. Joining us is Ismael Dominguez. He's with WAC, Wyoming Arts Council. And in honor of the upcoming Poetry Out Loud and Poetry Ourselves, Ismael, we're going to do this whole interview rhyming, if we can.
I don't know if I'm practiced for that.
I'm not ready for it either. All right, bad idea. Before we talk about this whole poetry movement, let's get a background for listeners who don't know what Wyoming Arts Council does, what you are. Arts Council providing leadership and investing resources to promote community through the arts. Every year, this association awards nearly 150 grants and fellowships, serving every county, reaching out to probably more than 1 million people across the state. Some way, somehow, you are touched by the efforts of the Wyoming Arts Council. Maybe you've seen their murals. Maybe your kids have been involved in the school arts programs. community theater productions, whatever it is, they're out there doing it every day. Ismael, give me an idea what you do. You're the program specialist. So programs obviously is the poetry thing. Also got a Governor Arts Awards tomorrow, 43rd annual. How do you, that's a lot going on in a short amount of time. Tell me about that tomorrow.
Yeah, so I'm the program specialist. I often refer to myself as the collector of lost children amongst my colleagues. I kind of took different pieces that they were working on to clear up some space for them. So I work on Poetry Out Loud and Poetry Ourselves. I also do Plein Air in the Parks, which is outdoor art making in our Wyoming state parks. And I do Art in Public Buildings, which is a capital construction percent for art program. So any state building that has state funds awarded to it gets some of that set aside for public art. And for the Governor's Arts Awards, we are honoring a couple big recipients who have been big culture leaders and movers and shakers in the arts communities here in Wyoming for many years, some of them a very long time. So we'll be celebrating them with Governor Gordon tomorrow night.
Governor Arts Awards tomorrow, Friday, February 28th at Little America in Cheyenne. That'll be cool. Let's talk about Poetry Out Loud, Poetry Ourselves. Poetry Ourselves is sort of the Wyomingized, localized version of Poetry Out Loud. What are these events? What are they all about?
So Poetry Ourselves is a self-written poetry competition. So it's kind of the younger sibling to Poetry Out Loud. It's the adjacent one that we've made that helps students really express themselves and explore literature and what poetry is and what it can be. So we have a written contest that gets first through third place awards at our awards banquet. We also have a spoken category, so based on performance and recitation processes. So Poetry Out Loud, the actual program, leans closer to that spoken category because it is run nationally. So all 55 states and territories in the U.S. participate. And it is for high school age students to pick from a predetermined anthology of poems. And they select 3 poems to recite. So that can be something that's from the 1800s, that can be something that's much more contemporary than that. So it works on recitation and highlights public speaking and understanding literature from different times.
So Poetry Out Loud, you are memorizing pieces poems that are whatever level of fame those poems have achieved. But I can imagine having to research poems, learning which one inspires you enough to memorize it, all that process, and then reciting and repeating it sooner or later, maybe accidentally, something is going to sink in. Self-reflection, language skills, all kinds of things. Like, this is so good for you. It's not just memorizing a whole bunch of words. It's going to soak in. And what does it do? What does it do for a high school kid to memorize poems and then recite them, public speaking at a mic in front of people?
I think, the students do spend a lot of time with the poems because they do have to memorize them. And our process is that you do a local competition, so that can be in your school, in your community, and then that winner then is invited to the state competition. So they're doing at least 2 recitations with these poems. So they're spending a lot of time with them, kind of tweezing them apart, looking at all of the details and understanding kind of the underlying meaning. So I think it provides a lot of complex thought about how to deconstruct poetry and understand not only how it's written or what it is conveying. And I think, for them, it adds a lot of camaraderie when they come to these state competitions. I'm in the green room with them, kind of coordinating in the back, and they are so excited to be there. They're so happy and encouraging of each other. There's no malice between anyone. Everyone's, as soon as they come off stage into the back room, they're like, oh my God, that was great. That was so good. This is the first time, these students are seeing others like themselves from around the state. So I think it forms a big bond between them. And then the state winner, first and second place, have cash awards that go straight to the students for their efforts. Their schools receive cash awards that go to their library for poetry materials. And then the state winner gets to go to Washington, D.C. to compete with the other 54 state and territory representatives.
And this, we're talking about that Poetry Out Loud that does culminate in state finals competition. It's a nationwide. That's been going on since what, like 2005? Have we ever sent somebody out of state? What's the farthest anybody in Wyoming has gotten with this?
So I believe every year we send a state representative. So each year, and we've been doing it. This is our 21st year participating in the program. I think we've had a quarterfinalist before, but because Wyoming is so low in population, there aren't as many schools as like Texas or California that compete. So sometimes they can have a difficulty, on that level of stage in front of a national audience.
In a Poetry Out Loud competition, what are judges looking for? I mean, your knowledge of the poem and how you recite it, that you probably have to show that a real deep knowledge of the material by using pacing, stressing certain things. Like you can't just read the word. Like you better know the poem and what the poet was trying to convey.
Yeah, so I think in short, the judges are looking for you to feel the poem. So when it connects with you so deeply that you really understand where the author was coming from, they're also looking for accuracy. So that's something that I think can sneak up on some participants, not only, in our state competition, but at the national level. We have someone who has the poem in front of them that is marking if they say a instead of the, or a instead of and. Like it is very fine-tuned kind of scoring templates. So a lot of feeling, a lot of embodying what the poem means and being able to portray that verbally, as well as sticking to the truth of the poem and how it's written.
These two student poetry programs are going to play out March 1st, March 2nd in Cheyenne. Where are they? Which one's Poetry Out Loud is first? Tell me when and where.
Yes, so Poetry Ourselves is going to be at the Laramie County Library in the Cottonwood Room from 2 to 4 p.m. And it is actually going to be the competition. So we'll have our spoken word competition, and then we'll open it up to the community for an open mic event. So anyone who's there is available to sign up and participate. And it'll be a really fun time. I think it prepares students without having, as much pressure as the regular state competition, which is going to be the next day, Monday, from 10 to 12 at the Lincoln. And that's open to the public. So people are welcome to come support students from across the state as they recite their work.
I love it. Wyoming Arts Council, the Governor's Arts Award is tomorrow in Cheyenne. If you're in the Cheyenne area, you're going to be artsed out, man. Lots of arts. Governor Arts Awards tomorrow, Little American Cheyenne. And then on March 1st and 2nd, the two poetry events, all of it deriving from Wyoming Arts Council. Learn more on the interwebs. Am I there? I'm not on the internet. Dang. Where do we go on the interweb in case we want to learn more and email you?
You can look up wyomingartscouncil.org and it'll take you right to us.
Excellent. Ismael, thanks for coming on. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
You too.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. That's Ismael Dominguez, Wyoming Arts Council, and all they're doing in the honor of poetry anyway, March 1st, 2nd. Check out those events. We got to take a break. Coming up next, Jackie Dorothy drops in to talk about her stories in the Cowboy State Daily. We'll do it after this. Back in 2.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because I felt like a failure. And then I realized, like, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
Cowboy State Daily Show. We're back from break. And Jackie Dorothy will be here shortly. We'll chat about her stories in the Cowboy State Daily that include, let's see. Oh, I want to know more about the classically trained violinist. One time she was all fancy playing Beethoven. Wait, who does a lot of violin? Tchaikovsky. Oh, yeah. Learning how to read those little black notes, little black dots on a page, playing Tchaikovsky. And then she got smart. And she said, I'm trading this violin in for a fiddle, which is the same scratch box, right? It's just different styles of playing. And she, Brooke Lotka, went from Tchaikovsky to Chauncy Williams playing country music, sawing on a fiddle and making it hot, as Charlie Daniels sings. Yeah. I mean, everybody should come to that light bulb realization moment in their life, right? At some point in your life. This symbolizes the fact that you realize you've become too fancy. I was not born to be this fancy. I was not born with a spoon up my nose. What's the saying? Silver spoon. I was not born with a violin in my hand and a classically trained ear. I was born with a fiddle and a little rosin on the bow, ready to hammer out some country music. Brooke finally came to that fork in the road, that realization. She said, I grew up listening to 90s country music, and they had a fiddle all over it. Yes. You got to have a fiddle in the band. Isn't that Little Texas or Alabama? I think it's Little Texas. Got to have a fiddle in the band. That's the song. It's Alabama. Dang it. If you're going to play in Texas, you got to have a fiddle in the band. So at some point, yes, you make that realization that country music needs a pedal of steel. Not enough of that in country anymore, but you definitely need a fiddle or it's not country music. Come on. Remember that era in the 80s where they replaced the fiddle with a saxophone solo? Even the Hag did that. Even Merle Haggard had saxophone in that one song, and that's so cringe. That is borderline sellout. Kenny Chesney or Kenny... Who's the sax dude? We need Jackie on here to help me with my faulty memory. She's not here yet. It's a little early for her. Kenny G. Yeah. Kenny G is not country. And Brooke is, anyway, back to Brooke. She plays the fiddle. She grew up hearing the fiddle in country bands, but she took up the fiddle. And she went to school, I imagine, to learn how to play fiddle, where they immediately told her, Brooke, that's not a fiddle. That's called a violin. Oh. And she learned how to play Tchaikovsky and Brahms and all that stuff. Brooke grew up in Casper. Her family, all musical. Some of my earliest memories, she said, were of my dad playing the Beach Boys, Beatles, stuff like that. We would sing. So, yeah, they were musical family. And then she took up the violin in high school orchestra, which included a run at All-State, All Northwest Orchestra, and went on for some real schooling, classically trained schooling on the violin, where I like to think it was hammered into her, that thing under your chin is a violin, girl, not a fiddle. And somewhere along the line, she came back to her true roots, her true calling, and she started playing country music with Chauncy Williams. I bet you Chauncy's happy to have her. Yeah, but he is. Chauncy says, in his own words, in this story from Jackie Dorothy, Chauncy says to find a fiddle player this good from Casper was rare. It was kind of meant to be. All right. I agree. Brooke Lotka. Learn more about that fiddle player in Chauncy Williams' band. If you ever have a chance to see Chauncy, he's kind of the next Ian Munsick, the next country guy ready to bust out of Wyoming. He's great. His shows are great. And they got that blonde girl playing the fiddle, and she's pretty good. That's Brooke Lotka. And now you know a little bit more about her thanks to the Jackie Dorothy story. Here's Jackie. We're talking about Brooke, the violinist or fiddle player, depending on who she's playing for. She went from Tchaikovsky to Chauncy Williams.
I just think it's awesome. I love what she said about the fiddle having a personality and the violin just being beautiful.
Oh, so. I missed that. Is that what she said is the distinction? Because a lot of people ask, what's the difference between a violin and a fiddle?
She said she could be more creative with an individual with the fiddle. So so it sounds like it has more range, more voice. The violin, very beautiful, but there's parameters that you have to follow. So that was how she explained it to me.
I mean, the only thing, in my opinion, the violin's good for is to make scary music, and that scene in a movie where, something's going to happen. The fiddle, oh my goodness, from every country song ever that's worth anything. It's great.
And that's exactly what Chauncy Williams was telling me, is that he was specifically looking for a fiddle, because when they were in Nashville, he had a fiddler for the background. And when you're playing live, you still need that sound. So that's how he met Brooke, was just one of those chance meetings. And it's just so cool.
Finding a good fiddle player is probably as hard as finding good bassists. Nobody wants to play bass. They're all egoists who want to be a guitarist. And keeping them sober is your biggest problem. But anyway, Yeah, fiddle player. Good for her. It's so cool to learn, to hear that backstory. I'm glad she's a Wyoming guy, and I'm glad Chauncy and maybe other influences got Brooke turned around, headed in the right direction. That's a fiddle, not a violin, and play country music with it. Nice.
I have to admit, I thought it was fascinating that you can learn classical music there in Casper. That there's a symphony, all of that. They got class. I've known a few kids that have gone through their band program and they loved it.
Yeah. I'm just making fun of whatever music you're playing. That's all good. That's a great instrument, classic instrument.
The fiddle, it does do something for your heart. I tell you, I will turn the radio up when you hear The Devil Went Down to Georgia. Oh, gotta love it.
Yeah, that twin fiddle sound out of Texas. What Bob Wills? Holy cow, man! The fiddle, it was invented for country music. It seems like. Hey, I had a great chat with Rick Edney the other day.
Excellent.
He is so cool. We talked about what possesses someone to try to train 16 mules to all pull in the same direction, but he's going to do it for Trailblazer Days in Thermopolis. Not easy pulling one of these 16 mule freight trains. My goodness.
No, it's crazy when you think about it. And I have seen the pictures in the archives, and you're just, it's amazing the places they can take those mules and those wagons. One of my favorite stories about the freight train, by the way, was that Pabst beer was huge in the late 1800s. And the shipment of Pabst beer got delayed for a month, and Thermopolis went dry. They were celebrating when that freight train came into town. The snows were so bad that they couldn't even get their 16 mules through that snow.
Oh, man, those must have been some proud mules at that moment. They're like, look, the townspeople are cheering for us. And you're pulling kegs of beer. Yeah, it is so cool. I mean, I've driven just a two-horse team, and I know the challenges of that, just harnessing two horses, learning how to do that, and then learning how to drive them. It's a skill. And then when you add more, like you see the stagecoaches, they have 4 horses, 6 horses. 16 mules? Are you kidding me? Yeah. Good luck with that, Rick.
In that part where he said he has to learn to trust his mules because they have to do it.
Yeah. He said the way he's choosing to do it with a jerk line. So kind of like dog sled. He's only in charge of the first 2. Those got to be the smart mules. The other dummies, they got to follow.
I know. That's why I think he's taking his time picking who those mules are going to be. Oh, and then when he talked about their personalities, I found that fun. About how mischievous the young ones can get, and he has to keep an eye on them or they'll eat their harnesses.
Mules, man, they're different. They're different than horses. Normally, you would say that a job for a horse, or definitely for a draft horse. But there are reasons to use mules. Mules, pound for pound, against a horse, probably stronger, and they're certainly smarter as far as like self-preservation. They have some advantages.
You know, he shared that one story, like a horse will get stuck in a fence and it'll jerk and jerk and jerk and rip off its skin on its leg. And you'll have this injured horse. A mule will get stuck, and he said they'll just stand there and wait until you come and get them.
Yeah.
It was like, that is smart. Does show.
I mean, that's a good story. Most horsemen use the tail. When someone says, what's the difference between a mule and a horse? You're like, the mule will wait to exact his revenge. If you are cruel to a horse, he'll try to kick or bite you right away. Five minutes later, like a dog, he's not even going to remember you did anything wrong to him. The mule will hold that knowledge until he's got you where he wants you. And yeah, the mule is a little bit different. He's a deep thinker.
I did ask him one question, and it was, did he use any mule skin or curses?
Oh my.
And that was what I wanted to admit. And he got quiet and he said, not that I'll share.
I forgot when I had him on the other day. The first thing I wanted to say is, Rick, no mule skinner language here. This is a PG show, but I forgot to say that. Yeah, sometimes you got to shout encouraging stuff to your mules that might not be safe for, younger ears.
Some of the best curses I found were printed in the newspaper, and they said, we can't, and this is a 1910 newspaper, and it was listing all these different curses and said, we can't print them all, but here's a few. And they were very colorful and fun.
Wow. You think today's rap songs are filthy? Yeah, mule steer language of 1905, maybe right up there with them. This was great to be introduced to the Johnson family, remembering Elise, the snowboard accident. I'm gonna have Chauncy. Is that right? Chauncy on today.
I know. We go from a Chauncy to a Chauncy.
I know. Elise is the 5-year-old that was hit by somebody snowboarding going really fast. In fact, I remember seeing the poster. She was only 5. You were going 50. And the photo is a snow angel. I'm like, what is that about? Really impactful. It's a whole movement now to remember Elise and to just spread awareness to encourage safe skiing at the resorts.
What I was surprised by, and I will say this, is by the amount of people that still don't understand you can have control, and it is your responsibility to ski and snowboard safely. I've been up on the slopes. I just started skiing about 5-6 years ago, so I'm still learning, but I can now pick out the people that are out of control and know what they need to do. And it is your responsibility. I don't care. I was shocked by the number of people that think that, you can't control yourself or stop. And it's like, if you're at that point, go back to the bunny hill and learn to stop.
Yeah, you're right, Jackie. I noticed that poster that I was talking about when I wanted to see what it looked like because I heard about it in your story. And I went to whatever website I was on, and the majority of the comments were, well, what about the poor snowboarder who also died? And it's your responsibility to stop somewhere where it's safe off to the side. Like she lost her ski, whatever. You can do whatever you want. To put the blame on the people that were stopped, you need to ski in control. If you cannot stop yourself, if you don't know what's around the blind corner or under, then you're going too fast. You are the one. Same thing in the motor vehicle. If you hit somebody from behind, it's always your fault. You have to know. Then you can't do 50. You have to do 30 or whatever. I couldn't believe that. The people are still thinking this way.
That's what shocked me. And in fact, Chauncey messaged me and goes, see, we still have a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
And I'm just like heartbroken. It's like they need to understand. So it's the Snow Angel Foundation and their whole goal. And what has been really cool is he was just wanting to do the messaging to other snowboarders like himself and skiers. But what they've also ended up doing is training the staff about why they're doing these safety message. Because even the staff at snow resorts did not realize why they were doing all these silly stuff. I mean, I was on there with my ski instructor and she's pulling off talking to these teenagers without helmets and telling them stories and saying, hey, this is about responsibility. You can control the other person, but you can control yourself.
Yeah. I'd say maybe it requires being a parent of a 5-year-old and feeling nervous to take them out at a ski resort when people are whizzing like rockets. And you're like, I don't know. And yeah, you go on your hill, bunny hills, and they go on their hills, but still, it should not, a ski trip should not resort in death.
And I think she was on a green too. And that's like an easy slope. And what Chauncey described, and you'll have to talk to him more about it, but the snowboarder himself was an expert snowboarder. He was one of the best, but he was also one of the most reckless. And combine that with the cockiness, and he was straight lining down, told his buddies what he was doing, and they actually said, no, we're not going with you. And so it's just... it breaks your heart, all of the tragedy that happened that day and the fact that it was preventable.
Make better decisions. Yes, better decisions at ski resorts. That's all we're trying to do. Get that message across to Chauncy and his wife Kelly and their family, because Elise is don't make her death in vain. That happened back in 2006,
2010.
Okay.
And she would have been, I was doing the math, it's like her little sister, who was 3, is graduating from high school this year. So she would have been a couple years into college. And that just, when you start to think of all those milestones missed.
Chauncey's going to be on next hour, the father of Elise, to talk about the whole situation and the whole foundation and the cause. Yes, we'll have Chauncey on next hour. Jackie, thank you.
Thank you. You have a great day.
You too. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We got to get out of here for news now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The U.S. lost 15,000 small farms in 2025 due to being sold or consolidated. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossouw reports that although Wyoming has avoided major losses, Farm Bureau President Todd Fornstrom says, quote, "When you get rid of so many small farms, you're taking rural people out of rural America."
Speaking with representatives from the Wyoming Farm Bureau Federation, they said that the closure and consolidation of small farms across the United States, it's a trend that's been ongoing for decades. Farms have a lot of costs and not a lot of profit. That's not happening as much in Wyoming. It's not that Wyoming's immune to these national trends. It's more that Wyoming's agricultural industry is dominated by livestock predominantly and crops like wheat and other things that aren't as volatile.
According to the USDA, Texas lost the most, with 2,000 farms gone. 1 year ago, Troy Lake was in federal prison for deleting emission systems on ailing diesel engines. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that on Tuesday evening, Lake attended President Donald Trump's State of the Union address at the Capitol in Washington, D.C.
Troy Lake, the diesel mechanic who spent 7 months in federal prison at the age of 65 for deleting emission systems on ailing diesel engines, was Senator Cynthia Lummis' special guest to the State of the Union. Now, this is not too long after Trump pardoned him, even while Trump is scaling back some of these interpretations of federal law that led the Biden administration to prosecute delete mechanics criminally. And when I interviewed Troy Lake a few hours before the State of the Union, he said he was mostly sad that he couldn't bring with him all the people who helped him get pardoned.
Lake joined U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis at the State of the Union address, and that's after Lummis championed his cause and Trump pardoned him on November 7th. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Make sure you're at the Cody Night Rodeo this year, where real cowboy action comes alive. Get your tickets starting March 2nd at CodyStampedeRodeo.com. WYDOT wants to remind you, with weight-based wind restrictions, Wyoming winds can create hazards for all types of vehicles, especially light, high-profile vehicles like box trucks, recreation vehicles, semi-tractor trailers, horse trailers, and others. This reminder from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
At Hoskinson Health Advanced Imaging, an imaging experience that's accurate and, above all, human. Built around the most advanced diagnostic technology in Wyoming, we deliver fast, clear, and reliable answers. No physician referral is required for an appointment. Most insurance is accepted. Competitive cash pricing and personalized insurance assistance. Hoskinson Health Advanced Imaging. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit hoskinsonhealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A Buffalo man who walked into 2 local hardware stores with a length of galvanized steel pipe, asking if the stores sold fuses, has been arrested on suspicion of making pipe bombs. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that Tyler G. Roy told police he made homemade fireworks and smoke bombs.
When they searched his home, they did find a box under his bed that the police report says that they found pipes cut in the length of what normally would be for a pipe bomb. They found, the end caps. They found gunpowder and even kind of a diary, kind of a list of the steps he's taken in creating devices so far.
If convicted, Roy could face up to 10 years in prison and a fine up to $10,000 for possessing an explosive. Hawaii native Debbie Pummel, a Casper resident for 33 years, won Wyoming's 2026 Big Wyo Tourism Award. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports Pummel was recognized for 3 decades of leadership in the state's hospitality industry and her dedication to mentoring future tourism professionals.
It's only given to people who have made outstanding contributions, major impact for Wyoming's tourism and hospitality industry. Debbie Pummel has been here in Wyoming for more than 30 years now, and she's someone who's been working quietly kind of behind the scenes. She has been a guiding force behind the state's Pro Start program, which last night handed out $2 million in scholarships to Wyoming students who are entering the hospitality industry.
Pummel accepted the Big Wyo Award on Tuesday night during the Governor's Hospitality and Tourism Convention. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. That's U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis joining us. Senator Lummis taking in the State of the Union the other day. I had Senator Rossouw on yesterday. He said he and Vice President J.D. Vance were discussing prior how long this speech would go. The president warned it'd be a long one, so they were betting the over-under. It clocked in at 1 hour, 47 minutes, so 107 minutes. That is the longest since we've been keeping track of that stuff. I don't know where you wager. DraftKings, maybe. It was long, but it was strong, and it was about security, the easing of inflation. Ted, what's your first impression, State of the Union, being there, hearing it?
Well, the time went surprisingly fast. We were all expecting it to go right around 2 hours. In fact, nobody in my office bet under 2 hours, so I think everybody in my office lost. Yeah. But it was both spellbinding and entertaining because of the way he would tie issues to specific people. Instead of using an issue as an abstract concept, he would tie it to an individual he had invited. For example, a gal from Houston who'd been outbid on affordable housing by large corporations who were buying up houses in Houston, to make the point that we need to limit the number of houses that big corporations can buy. So the American dream of owning your own home really is available to people. He showed why we need to prevent illegals who cannot read or write or speak English from driving 18-wheelers, and brought in the young girl who was crashed into by an 18-wheeler and may never speak again, and will certainly be dependent on her parents for the rest of her life, and on and on. It was both a celebration of Americana when he brought in the men's hockey team, and then using individual Americans to make a point about a specific issue. I thought it was a great speech because I really wanted him to focus on domestic issues, talk to the American people about what we're doing to make their lives more affordable every day, at the grocery store, at the gas pump, when you pay your health insurance bills, those kind of things. And I thought he hit the mark really well.
It was patriotic, and it was certainly America First agenda. We felt that. Senator Lummis, I love that you mentioned how President Trump put a face on the challenges, the issues, the successes facing the nation. You brought a face with you on one of the overreaches of a federal agency. You brought Troy Lake. What a difference a year makes, as U.S. Senator Rossouw said. Last year this time, Troy Lake was behind bars for just doing his job. That was pretty cool to bring him.
Well, it was helpful because the great thing about Troy Lake is, if it were me and I'd been jailed for 7 months, not because of law, because of a rule, and then I had this felony on my record. I'm at my home in Cheyenne wearing an ankle bracelet, so I can't leave. Plus, I'm carrying this felony around with me. And I finally got a pardon for the president. I don't know. I might have said, people, I've had it up to here. I'm riding off in the sunset. Good luck. But Troy's not doing that. He's helping us figure out how to continue to use devices that bring about cleaner air on diesel engines, but that will keep the engines running when it's cold. And so I really learned more about what we need to do next steps. For example, Jake, there's a young diesel mechanic in Wasilla, Alaska, who's also got a felony slapped on him for doing the same thing that Troy did. This is a member of the armed services who now cannot continue his service in the military. But in addition to that, he's keeping diesel engines running in Alaska. There really are examples where there's 40 kids on a school bus in a blizzard on a highway, and the bus stops running. And it's because of this device. So the deal is, it's the wrong device. And so Troy Lake and his fellow diesel mechanics, who are really knowledgeable, are now teaching us how to achieve the goals of the EPA and yet still keep diesel engines running.
The EPA's implementation of the Clean Air Act and policy was aggressive, to say the least. It put Troy Lake in prison for just trying to come up with a solution that made people safe, that made diesels work like they're supposed to. He could have turned his back on America and said, if that's the reaction, they'll throw me in prison. But he didn't. And he's now working to say, you know what, you got a good idea, but here's how to make it better. That is pretty cool. That speaks volumes. That's why he was a guest of Senator Lummis at the State of the Union. Just yesterday, Senator, it was Wyoming Wednesdays. Who was around? Looked like a lot of Wyoming folks there in D.C.
Yeah, during the spring, there are a lot of groups that come to Washington to make their case for federal funding or a federal law. I think we saw 11 groups yesterday morning. So what we try to do is on Wednesday mornings, we get everybody in a committee room with our staffs. The delegation spends as much time with them as we can, kind of going from group to group to group. We enjoy visiting with them, having our pictures taken. Then we've got to hightail it off to committee meetings, and our staff take a deeper dive with these groups. So we see everybody from like the Wyoming Association of Conservation Districts to the Nurses Association, to the chiropractors, to the Forest Foundation. Those are some of the folks that we saw yesterday.
Hanging out with some kids from Moorcroft as well, sharing photos of Moorcroft High School. All the boys don't smile, all the girls do smile.
Yeah, and it was when they were around, there were a whole bunch. I met with the girls, and there was a whole group of girls, but I didn't know the girls and the boys were separated and on separate tours. So we line up for pictures with all the girls. And I said to them, are there any boys in Moorcroft?
Yes. I thought you set that up because that's all that fit on the staircase. As I share this vote, I thought, like, all right, girls, then we'll do the boys. No, you really, for a moment, now all you saw was the girls, and then, okay.
Exactly. And then the boys were on a separate tour. So I got a chance to have my photograph with both groups.
Hey, I want to talk about Kraken a little bit. You've been talking about of cryptocurrency high on your list of agenda. The cryptocurrency exchange company Kraken recently relocated to Cheyenne. They're in Wyoming now. They announced a commitment to sponsor the Trump accounts for all newborns in 2026. That's astounding.
It is astounding. So the Trump accounts were actually passed last summer as part of the Working Families Tax Cut bill. So for every child born during the Trump administration, there will be $1,000 that is put by U.S. Treasury into an account if a parent opens an account for them. And then Michael Dell from Dell Computers came in and said, hey, I want to participate. I'll match the Treasury. So he and his wife came in and matched the Treasury. Then another gentleman did the same thing. Well, Kraken, in its commitment to Wyoming, now that it's making Wyoming home, said, we want to do it too, but we want to do it for Wyoming babies. So if you have a child, grandchild, niece, nephew born in this calendar year, be sure to open a Trump account for them because they'll get the Treasury money, the Dell family money, other national contributors, and then Kraken specifically for Wyoming kids. And, you know, what a commitment they're showing to Wyoming. What an investment they're making in Wyoming youth. And I think that just shows that Kraken, which is a very large digital asset company that's been instrumental in helping shape laws that will allow America to continue to innovate in the digital asset space, has made that kind of a commitment to Wyoming and Wyoming families. You know, they want to hire Wyoming kids, Jake. And we know that Wyoming is number one in the nation in educating kids here and then exporting them to other states to find good jobs. So these are the kind of jobs that will keep Wyoming kids, Wyoming college graduates in Wyoming. So what a win for Wyoming. And I want to compliment the Wyoming legislature for its foresight in passing state legislation and a framework that these companies like. And it's why they're choosing Wyoming as their home base. There are others that will come after Kraken as well.
Very cool. Kraken says unleash the digital piggy bank, so to speak. That is such a cool thing. Let's go back to the EPA.
Yeah,
we gave EPA a hard time over the whole diesel thing. Let's acknowledge it's a different EPA under Lee Zeldin and the new Wyoming getting CCR plan approved. That was huge. We had on yesterday Cyrus Western, Region 8 director, and he explained what it was because I thought it was Creedence Clearwater Revival, but it's not. It's a positive coal thing, CCR.
Yeah, it's great. So Wyoming's going to have more control over its activities involving coal. And that we're seeing that come out of this EPA. This is an amazing EPA. I served in the U.S. House with Lee Zeldin. I really had no idea how great an EPA director he was going to be. He's the best one I've ever seen. He took our list. I gave him 2 pages when he came in to meet with me for his confirmation interview. I gave him a list 2 pages long. And he's going through it, and he's helping us restore our ability to mine coal, oil, gas, keep our air clean at the same time, and use our Wyoming ingenuity to pursue carbon capture and sequestration and address other issues. And then, of course, having Wyoming's own Cyrus Western in Denver at the regional EPA is another shot in the arm for Wyoming because he's carefully helping and monitoring his ability to put Wyoming first and still have clean air and clean water. So we've got a great team at EPA right now, and we really need to put our best foot forward with them in charge.
That tells you all you need to know about the new direction of the EPA when newly appointed Lee Zeldin gets a 2-page, here are Wyoming concerns from Senator Lummis, and he says, is that all? No problem. You're enjoying...
Yeah, he's awesome.
Senator, you're enjoying a lot of lasts. It might be bittersweet. You enjoyed a lot of firsts when you first were elected and went to serve in D.C. A lot of lasts now. The last time you'll address the Wyoming legislature, both chambers. How was that? Did you take it all? Were you there and present and feel it?
I did feel it, Jake. You know, I served in both the House and the Senate in Wyoming. I kind of grew up in the Wyoming House because I was only 24 years old when I was elected. I met my husband in the U.S. House. We married while we were both in the House. My daughter Annalise was born while I was in the Wyoming House. So it was very influential. A lot of my lifelong friends were people I met as a member of the Wyoming legislature. These are relationships that are cemented and embedded by Wyoming values and working on Wyoming issues together. So it was both fun, as you point out, and bittersweet. But it was nice to kind of wrap a bow around all these years of service and to get to say, we've done this together, we've done that together, and sort of go through our accomplishments. So for me, and it was also really emotional because I didn't know my whole in-state staff was going to be there.
Oh.
And they stood up in the gallery, and some former staffers who are back in Wyoming practicing law or working were there. And so it was kind of emotional. It was a great day.
Nice.
For me. I had a wonderful time.
That's great. One last thing, chance of USA going on, still reverberating in the state of Wyoming. We're talking about Jalen, Breezy, Anna. We just had Anna come back to the Jackson Hole Airport, and they had a big contingency with the signs. We're proud of our Winter Olympic athletes.
Absolutely. You know, it was so fun. Yesterday on the floor of the U.S. Senate, John Barrasso and I were able to chronicle their achievements in the record of the U.S. Senate. So what fun, and so proud of those competitors. And we had 2 medalists. You know, it was so amazing. I just happened to be watching the Olympics live when Breezy won her gold medal.
Yeah.
And I was blown away. It was so awesome. And then to have, 2 silver medals, a great competitor from Alta, and a new sport, that schemo thing, and it's great to have somebody who decided just a few months before that competition, hey, I'm going to give it a go, and then come in fourth.
Yeah.
So this was Wyoming putting its best in the best venue possible, and yeah, we're all still on a high. When President Trump was giving his State of the Union, and he said, we're tired of winning, and you're going to have to win more. And I was like, where's he going with this?
Yeah.
And that was when he brought in the Olympic team, and, the crowd went wild. And, you could see on their faces, they're standing in front of the U.S. House and Senate, the president and the vice president, the whole cabinet, the whole Supreme Court, and they're all screaming USA at these young men. And just try and put yourself in their shoes. I think that those men really felt the American love.
Yeah.
And it meant a lot to all of us. We shared, this love of country and this love of their success with them. It was really special, Jake. I was so glad I was there.
I'll bet that sank in, that whole doing it for country thing. Yeah, because athletes, they get caught up in playing for each other, their teammates playing for their coach, and then to come home and be honored like that in the White House. Wow, suddenly it's a red, white, and blue thing, man. That had to feel really good. One last thing, Senator Lummis, before we let you go. There were moments during the State of the Union, as there always are, that got partisan. Why couldn't we all be in unison to say USA? But occasionally the Democrats sat on their hands when even asked by the president to stand and acknowledge certain things. Was that discouraging to think for the president, or is this just how Democrats are now? Or I don't know. What did you feel about it?
Yeah, I just don't, I don't understand it. Why would you not stand and support the notion that we're going to protect Americans over illegal aliens? Why would you not stand? And there were other things they didn't stand for, including some of the triumphs of some of these heroes. You know, the mother of that Ukrainian woman who was stabbed to death in North Carolina was there. Why wouldn't you stand for her? Why wouldn't you? I don't get it, Jake.
Yeah.
Hatred for Trump is permeating everything in this town. And it's a cancer here. It is kryptonite here. And I don't get it. You know, I went to Obama's speeches. I went to Biden's speeches when they were president. And if they said something I agreed with, I stood, I clapped. Now, most of the time I didn't agree with what they said, so I didn't stand or didn't clap. But there were always, you know, maybe a dozen things that would get me on my feet, even for them. Man, this group, I don't get it, Jake. I'm scratching my head.
It's a good thing for all of us to remember. America first. That's what the State of the Union was about. That was my takeaway. America first. This is America. Yeah. And yeah. Senator, thank you so much for being on. Appreciate it.
USA, Jake.
Yeah. USA. You spell it W-Y-O, but yeah, USA. We'll be right back after this quick break.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed, catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some ponderous, overwrought, inside the Beltway show that's syndicated out of New York or LA. You want the news that's going to affect you and your life. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter.
kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie. Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Yeah, get with it. Cowboy State Daily Show for a Thursday. I'm Jake, and this is what happened yesterday. Because yesterday I accidentally did today. You know what I mean? I don't know how I did that. Yesterday I did this day in history. No one corrected me. So a lot of you folks know, if you hear me doing something wrong, you're more than happy to chime in, usually, right? Jake, you don't know what you were talking about. The Cardinals didn't win the 47 series. I get lots of feedback telling me nobody knew that yesterday's This Day in History was today's This Day in History. So I'm just going to flip it. And today we'll do yesterday. These are the things that happened on February 25th, since we missed that. 1858, Fort Thompson was abandoned. That's a little-known fort near the present-day location of Lander. It's little known because it was in existence for all of, 4 months? It was started, Fort Thompson, in October of 1857. By February of 1858, on this day yesterday, it was abandoned. So October, November, December, January, February, not even 5 months. And the fort was abandoned. Maybe not necessary. Maybe it was burned down. 1868, on yesterday, Cheyenne passed an ordinance against gambling and disorderly houses, which accounted for every structure in Cheyenne in 1868. You're all out of order. Every whorehouse, every saloon, every gambling house, they were all shut down 1868. Wah, no fun. 1913, yesterday, 16th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution is added. In my opinion, the worst one. Of all the amendments, I like my Second Amendment. I'll take the first 10. But by the time they got to the 16th, the amendments started getting bad, including the 16th, giving Congress the power to levy and collect income taxes. Oh, man. 1920, yesterday, Woodrow Wilson signed the Minerals Leasing Act of 1920. This act created the modern system of leasing federal oil, gas, and coal interest, which had previously been subject to claim under the mining law of 1872. Everything we do today regarding minerals leasing is through the act of Woodrow Wilson, president on yesterday in history. 1925, House Joint Memorial Number 4 approves the memorializing the Congress of the United States to set aside Old Fort Laramie and Old Fort Bridger and Independence Rock as historic reserves. So we left out the one fort that didn't last 5 months, but we did remember Fort Laramie, Fort Bridger, and Independence Rock as truly historic places. That happened on yesterday in 1925. February 25th, 1941, the state's conscientious objectors were listed in newspapers if you escaped the draft in World War II through conscientious objector claims, then you were outed by Wyoming newspapers on this day or on yesterday in 1941. A list of the names were printed. February 25th, 1961, the legislature approves the purchase of the grounds of Fort Fetterman. A 4.3 earthquake occurred yesterday in 1963 near Fort Washakie. 1975, February 25th, the First United Methodist Church in Cheyenne was added to the National Registry of Historic Places. And on yesterday in 2009, the U.S. Secretary of Interior Ken Salazar at the time canceled leases on federal land for oil shale development in Colorado, Utah, and Wyoming. We're seeing a different kind of administration these days, however. Time to check out the rodeo world with Will Rasmussen, the Western Ag Network.
Hi, and welcome to the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen from Arizona's celebration of the cowboy in Tucson, Arizona. 85 degrees. It's beautiful. And a great rodeo. Today, Flint Rasmussen on the show, the award-winning rodeo entertainer and exclusive entertainer of the PBR. He talks about Jim Sutton, who helped start the famous Outside the Barrel talk show for Flint. We'll have that discussion coming up.
Come join us at the Stevenson Angus Spring Production Sale. 280 Angus sale on Sunday, March 1st. Age advantaged and pap tested, these bulls are designed to improve performance, carcass, and maternal function. Also featured is a fancy set of replacement heifers, open and ready to breed. The sale will be at the White Sulphur Springs Ranch and broadcast live for remote buyers. Find us on Facebook or visit our website at stevensonangus.com.
Western Stockman's making health a part of your animal's life. From the dairy farms to the city, from the feedlots to your backyard, it's quality products and people who work so hard. And Western Stockman's give you our best. Western Stockman's making health a part of your animal's life.
The arena then was the Rushmore Plaza Civic Center, and then whatever the theater was called. But yeah, they've done some work in it, but that was the place. And if you go on YouTube and find Meet Me in Montana, the video with Chauncy Williams and Brooke, and I open it, we filmed it in that theater. I drove down from Billings and we all met there and filmed. The crowd shot isn't from that theater, but they had the right facility where he could come out. Anyway, so Google that video. So I have a lot of connection there. But yeah, when the first year we did it, I think 2 or 3 years, I had Susie McIntyre. Susie Luxinger at the time was a musical guest. Williams and Ree, the Indian and the white guy, they were a musical guest. But I had Trevor Brazil and Sid Steiner. I might have had Fred Whitfield. Jim had that ability to get those guys. Jim is known in the rodeo world as an innovator in openings. He kind of invented the Wrangler Bullfight Tour, all that stuff. So when Jim started talking about stuff, we always listened. Yeah. Because he was known for that.
That talk show started at Rapid City and then went on and became a highlight in Las Vegas during the National Finals Rodeo for 20 years. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Back to the studio. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jay continues.
Isn't that interesting that Will Rasmussen was talking about Chauncy Williams, who came up this morning when we were chatting about the story that Jackie Dorothy did on Chauncy's fiddle player. We were talking about Brooke Lotka. And Brooke is from Casper, where she was a classically trained violinist, and then traded it all to become a a hot country music fiddle player for Chauncy Williams. She's the young lady you see. Anytime you go see a Chauncy Williams show, you'll see Brooke playing the fiddle. She's Wyoming born. So we were talking about Chauncy today anyway. And then he's mentioned again in Will's rodeo show. And also mentioned they talked about Meet Me in Montana, the show. I guess it's a staged show. But I remember the song. Who remembers this song? Great song. But called Meet Me in Montana. It's a duet. There's a trivia question for you. Who sang the duet Meet Me in Montana? If you even know the song, and you probably don't. Released in July of 1985, goes back a ways. The male voice sung by Dan Seals of Seals and Croft. The female, Marie Osmond. And a great, great song. If you ever get a chance to hear that, look it up on the internet. Meet Me in Montana, Dan Seals, Maria Osmond. More to come on the Cowboy State Daily Show after this quick break.
In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the Capitol in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
I'm just so wishing this music was Meet Me in Montana. Meet me in Montana. But it's not. We now know the 10 that are going to hash out $170 million. What happens if you put 10 politicians in the same room, or statesmen and stateswomen? No, politicians don't like to be called politicians anymore. And I guess in Wyoming, when you're a legislator, you are an elected, but you're not necessarily a professional politician. That's how the state designed it. Your service was to be only in the moment, only for a few weeks a year, and only to do the work of the people. And then you go back to your day jobs, swinging a rope, chasing cows, fixing fence, and whatever else. So you're not really politicians. You put 10 electeds, 10 legislators in a room, and you say, here's this $170 million. You guys figure it out. Oh, the chaos, the bloodshed, the gnashing of teeth. We now know who the 10 are going to be. Wyoming Senate President Bo Biteman announced the full 5. He let us know who 3 would be the other day. So from the Senate side, here's who the 5 are. And by the way, these 5 Senate, 5 House members, they meet in a conference whose sole job, this committee of 10, is to pull together, erase the gap between the Senate's approved budget and the House's. And the House is $175 million less than the Senate's idea what the budget should be. The House holding the line at right-sizing government, cutting bloat, that kind of stuff. The Senate more agreeing that the governor's proposed two-year budget was pretty lean and pretty okay. And now you got a $170 million gap. Here's the 5 being sent by the Senate, announced by Senate President Bo Biteman. 4 Republicans and, everybody gasp, 1 Democrat, who I love the choice, me personally. Bo Biteman's going to go himself. The Senate President, Majority Floor Leader Tara Nethercott, big name, very influential. Senate Appropriations Chair Tim Salazar. So you got to figure somebody off of Appropriations Committee is going to go and might as well be the chair. He's a Republican out of Riverton. Senator Gary Crum, he's an R from Laramie. And Mike Giroux, the Democrat from Jackson, long-serving senator, will be able to bring a perspective that stretches decades and bring it from the blue perspective. Don't see any Democrat House members, that's for sure. Their 5, announced by House Speaker Chip Nyman, will include Nyman himself, House Appropriations Chair John Baer, Majority Floor Leader Scott Heiner out of Crane River, Appropriation Committee members Abby Angelos out of Gillette, and Ken Pendergraft from Sheridan. Those 9 Republicans, 1 Democrat will try to figure out how to solve a $170 million gap in budget talks. Good luck. That's sure to be some interesting convos. Let's get into the Zoom room and get Chauncy in here. Chauncy, we've been talking all morning about Chauncy Williams, the country guy, so I don't want to call you Chauncy. I know I'm going to accidentally call you Chauncy. I know it.
That's okay. I actually went through my master's degree with Chauncy. He might not remember me, but he probably does because of our names, but down at the university. So yeah.
Dude, that's
such great guy. Great guy and great music.
Yeah. And we all morning we've been talking about his fiddle player, Brooke, who was a trained violinist in Casper, and then she figured out, hey, I can also play fiddle. And
awesome.
She saw the light, so to speak.
Very cool.
Well, that's a neat story about that. Chauncy Johnson joins us, and we're going to talk about the efforts to, really make our ski resorts safer. I think anybody who has skied, we know, there's some hot doggers, hot shots out there skiing sometimes out of control and recklessly. And look, bottom line, whoever, you want to play victims or play blame or whatever, no one should go to a ski resort to have a ski day expecting a fatality, death. I mean, that's just unacceptable. Right. And you, back on Christmas Eve 2010, we're going to talk about Elise. She was just 5 years old. I don't want to make you relive it, but I want to tell the story. I want to go back there before we fast forward to the Snow Angels Foundation. This story's incredible.
Well, and it's okay. I go back to this all the time, and I do it to help our fellow skiers and riders be safer on the slopes, right? Yeah. So in a nutshell, Christmas Eve 2010, my family and I went up to Hogadon Basin, ski area. We were living in Casper at the time. This was the second year that we were there after I kind of mentioned that I was at the University of Wyoming. And anyway, we came back to Casper to work, or came to Casper to work, went up the mountain Christmas Eve, bought our season passes. Again, the second time that we had done that. We always support our local hill. We're a ski family. I actually snowboard. My wife skis. We both do both, but those are kind of what we claim, I guess, or what we're better at. And I took a couple of runs with Elise to get the day started. It was afternoon. We were just going for a short afternoon ski and then, go back to do our Christmas festivities. And my wife, Kelly, and Elise went down a run, came back up. Elise wanted to go down Dreadnought, which is a Black Diamond run, and we get criticism for that. But they were about 2/3 of the way down that run. Her ski came off. My wife went to help her with her ski. At the same time, young man, amazing snowboarder, probably the best rider on the mountain, tells his buddies he's going to straight line the run to get to the bottom of the lift. Somehow does not see my wife and daughter in time to turn. He proceeded to straight line, and he collided with my wife and daughter going between 50 and 60 miles an hour. My daughter was thrown about 60 feet from that. She perished from a broken neck. The rider about 30 feet, and also passed from the event. And then my wife was pretty much kind of slammed to the ground about 10 feet and sustained a severe traumatic brain injury, a C1 vertebrae fracture, and other injuries that she's made a miraculous recovery from. And one of the things that I want to highlight here, there were some other things in the background, and I don't like to go into a lot of that because I try really hard not to drag the rider through the mud on anything. That is not what we're doing out across, frankly, North America. We're working into Canada as well now. We do this work, and I just want to clarify this because it's hard to get this in writing in a lot of these articles, and even with some of our campaigns that we're going to be updating. We do this for him as well. And that might be weird for some people to hear. But, we've all gone through our frustrations, our anger. I'm sure his family has. Maybe they still are. I don't know. But I just want everybody out there that hears my voice to understand that we not only do this to honor our daughter, Elise, whose life was cut short, but also this young man in his early 20s. His life was just getting started. I was a young man. I'm a snowboarder. I get it. I empathize with some of that. I haven't, really been that risk tolerant, so to speak. I think my personality, I've been a little bit more careful, but I've done things on the mountain that could have gone really wrong. Right. And maybe all of us have that get out there. And so that's what our message is, especially to these young guys and even guys my age. I mean, I'm in my mid 40s. Sometimes we think we're invincible and we can't control what's happening beneath us on the mountain. It is our responsibility to ensure that those that are skiing or riding below us, that we are looking out for them. That is like number 3 on the skier responsibility code, right? And also it's our responsibility to put ourselves in the most visible situation that we can. I think that's right after that tenet of the responsibility code. And so we don't know, all of the circumstances. I know enough from the investigation and things to know that everything lined up wrong, and that these behaviors were behaviors that were fairly regular amongst a few different crews of guys on the mountain. And so we're changing that portion of our culture. We all want to come back and ride another day. That's what our campaign is to ride another day.
Yeah, and that's for everybody. Chauncy, I'm glad you made that clear. There were 2 deaths on the mountain that day, and they included the snowboarder that was going estimated 50, 60 miles an hour. You're not necessarily in control of the entire message, so I get when it looks like a little bit like this, and I share the poster now with our viewers. She was 5, you were doing 50.
Correct.
It's an aggressive kind of campaign. It's meant to get in your face and wake you up to the fact that, look, we've all, some of us like to ski on the edge of out of control, the need for speed. We've all been there. We've all been young. We do that. And 99.9 times out of 100, it never results in anything even close to tragic. But it could. And you don't want to be that guy, and you don't want to be that father.
Right. And the facts are that, I love that you say that, because 99 times out of 100, things probably aren't going to go wrong. And at the same time, severe injuries up to fatality and catastrophic injury, which is what my wife's injury was classified as. And frankly, anything back to a broken leg or a broken arm or something, we are doing what we can to prevent all of that, anything and everything in between, because those types of collisions, collisions remain the biggest concern on the mountain right now. And so that's why we're tackling this, is that we get people's attention through our story. We talk to these groups of young men, and when we tell them, look, this young man lost his life as well. He didn't mean to do it. His life was just getting started. These guys stand up straight, and they will point out the guy in the group that's like, you need to chill out, buddy. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so it's having an impact. And I care. I talk to these guys as if I was talking to the writer. That's how much I care about them. If I could have prevented this whole thing, if he could have prevented this whole thing, we would have. Right. And so we have hindsight. And we have the ability to move forward in a positive way. And so that's what we're doing. But, the number one fear that our guests on the mountain have, according to surveys, is fear of other skier and rider behavior, because we're just not really looking out for each other. We're not turning. We're not, especially the younger generation. And I hate to sound that way because it makes me sound like an old guy.
I know.
But you know what? We got to take a step back and say, let's preserve the joy of this sport by doing the best we can to be a good mountain citizen to each other. Right?
And I mean, realistically, those rules have to apply. The onus is on the uphill skier or rider. Same thing on the roads. It's if you hit someone from behind, you have the vision, you have the ability to adjust your speed and see what's happening in front of you. So that's got to be your responsibility. It's a message and a memory of Elise, what's going on now with Snow Angels Foundation. Just before we finish up with what that is and where you're taking that effort, I want you to go back and tell me about what it did to those who survived that day. Your wife went through a long period of recovery. You yourself having to watch your 5-year-old taken away in an ambulance. You can't ride with her. Your wife is going this way and your daughter's going that way, and you're helpless. That sent you into a bad place as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll just say, my wife, she had to learn to walk, to talk, to swallow again. We got her down to Craig Hospital, who specializes in only spinal cord and traumatic brain injury. And so hers was a traumatic brain injury. She's been amazing. She's got her right arm is partially paralyzed, doesn't have full use of that, and overall right side weakness. But this last summer, she ran a 28-mile, 7,500-foot vertical gain run in northern Utah with a sling that keeps her right arm stabilized. And so she is taking life by the horns, doing amazing. That's not without, this has been 15 years, so that's not without a lot of struggle. Yeah. On my side of it, once my wife was back up, got her driver's license back, taking care of the kids, I completely crashed in a tough way. And I basically became a functional alcoholic for a couple of years because I was trying to cope with things that my brain was doing with the memories and the scenes and all these things and the aftermath. I finally decided not to be that hard-headed Wyoming kid and got some help with counseling, got some help with a doctor, and I'm doing great. I can tell you that I'm doing great. And to see the movement that we're creating and the positivity and the appetite that our guests and our mountain operators have for this has been extremely healing. So that's a very nutshell version. But, we've been through some dark days, and that's a ripple effect across everybody that was involved in that, and across the entire community of Casper, and frankly, the community of skiers and riders across the country. So
Chauncy Johnson joins us. You may have wondered why the other day at Hogan on Valentine's Day, all the kids were wearing angel wings. That's to remember Elise. It's all part of this mission. Live to ride another day. Simple as that. Ask about the Snow Angels Foundation and all it's done to remember Elise, the 5-year-old, and the snowboarder.
And the writer.
Yeah.
And the writer. SnowAngelFoundation.org is how you can find us. And we're going to be launching a new website here in the next week. So check that out.
Awesome. All the best to you and the family, and remembering Elise. Thank you,
Absolutely.
Chauncy.
Thanks, Mac.
You bet.
Take care.
Cowboy State Daily Show. And that's going to wrap us up for the third hour. One more hour to go here on the Thursday edition of the show. Renee Jean joins us next hour. It's an Ask Abby Thursday. Trivia will concern all things dancing. Yes. So I hope you're ready, Abby. And Linda B. Hughes will be here live from Mexico, where she is sheltering in place in Puerto Vallarta as the cartel violence continues. We'll be right back after top of the hour news on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Accused of torturing a wolf 2 years ago in a case that received global condemnation, Cody Roberts has agreed to plead guilty or no contest to 1 count of felony animal cruelty. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Roberts could still face prison time.
It's 18 months probation, strict requirements like no hunting, no fishing, no shed hunting even. So you will not interact with the wild animals at all. And if he fails probation, then he could spend 18 months to 2 years in prison and pay another $4,000 in fines. So he's supposed to pay $1,000 in fines right out of the gate and could pay another $4,000 if he fails probation.
The 44-year-old Roberts was indicted last August by a grand jury. Felony animal cruelty carries a penalty of up to 2 years in prison and up to $5,000 in fines. So far, there really hasn't been any winter in Wyoming, but highway fatalities are up nearly double compared to the last 2 years. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that the Wyoming Highway Patrol says that speed, not weather, has the most impact on highway fatalities.
As a driver, the Highway Patrol explained, you can control how you drive in those conditions. And it's usually speed, and driver inattentiveness is usually listed as suspected causes in most of these cases. They do see more and more evidence of people using devices and their smartphones and stuff while they're driving. Not only is it not a good idea, it's illegal.
On Tuesday, a 19-year-old woman from Powell became the 20th person to die on Wyoming roads so far this year. That's well ahead of the 13 fatalities recorded by this time last year, so says the Wyoming Highway Patrol. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Make sure you're at the Cody Night Rodeo this year, where real cowboy action comes alive. Get your tickets starting March 2nd at CodyStampedeRodeo.com. WYDOT wants to remind you, with weight-based wind restrictions, Wyoming winds can create hazards for all types of vehicles, especially light, high-profile vehicles like box trucks, recreation vehicles, semi-tractor trailers, horse trailers, and others. Know your gross vehicle weight and heed the advisories and closures. This reminder from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
What if healthcare worked the way it should? Hoskinson Premier Care. Comprehensive quality care with one predictable fee. Unlimited office visits, annual wellness exams, preventative screenings, and advanced imaging. Primary and specialty care, in-house labs, mental health and wellness support, including physical therapy and nutrition. Just for $250 a month. No copays, no deductibles. World-class care right here in Gillette. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit HoskinsonHealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Wyoming lawmakers on Wednesday advanced a bill expanding homeschoolers' access to public school activities from grades 6 to 12 to all K-12 students. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the move mirrors Tim Tebow laws in other states, which allows equal participation for homeschooled athletes.
Senate Education Committee approved a bill and moved it forward that would allow homeschool kids to have official access to all kinds of activities, K through 12. That was the main discussion this morning, was should it be 6th grade through 12th or K through 12? They landed on an amendment that made it K through 12. And so it's looking like this bill's probably going to pass, and Wyoming is going to have its own Tim Tebow law where homeschool kids can participate.
The Senate Education Committee voted 4-0 to advance House Bill 23. A Laramie County rancher shot a roughly 2-year-old male wolf near Carpenter, Wyoming, where wolves are almost never seen. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that this may be the first recorded legal wolf killing in the county.
A rancher, it was a father and son ranchers, were doing something they do anyway. They're out hunting coyotes on their land, and there happened to be a wolf in the area. And in that part of Wyoming, that we're talking Laramie County, extreme far eastern, southeastern part of Wyoming, you are completely within your legal rights to shoot a wolf on site. You don't need a license or anything like that. The unusual part is where it was. I mean, we mostly associate wolves with northwestern Wyoming, Yellowstone National Park and kind of the area surrounding it.
Royce Breeden tells Cowboy State Daily that he shot the wolf about 2.5 miles north of the Wyoming-Colorado border. That means it's possible the wolf came from Colorado, but most of the Colorado wolves have tracking collars, and Breeden says the animal he shot didn't have one. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So?
So, individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Welcome back from Newsbreak, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Renee Jean should be here shortly. Hoping, although I think we missed her on Tuesday. Renee, you got to make it. We have so many stories to talk about. Renee Jean has the update on the PRCA $15 million enticement. I don't know what else to call it. But it would, lawmakers are considering freeing up $15 million of taxpayer money. I know a lot of people like to point out it's not taxpayer money. It's tourist money. Tourist taxes. It's all taxpayer money. Government does not have money. Your state, your federal, they aren't born with money. They don't just have money. They don't have jobs. Actually, some of them have jobs. But your government doesn't have money. It's our money. It's taxpayer money. The money would come out of the lodging tax, which is a tourist designated tax. Yes, it's aimed at primarily visitors, but you and I pay it if you ever go to a hotel. I mean, I've had to stay in hotels in Wyoming, sometimes for weeks at a time. Many of us have been homeless in Jackson for months, yours included. So I've paid the lodging tax. My money, I'm not a visitor. I live here. It is a tax. So anyway, I just mentioned that because everybody's quick to correct you on the Facebook. It's not a tax. Yes, it is. But the $15 million to help pave the way for the PRCA to get here, that's what's being considered. Here's Renee. She can talk more about it. Renee Jean, we're talking about the PRCA, and we know that $15 million pledged by Cheyenne Leeds. That's a private outfit that does this kind of thing. And we still think we might need another $15 million to really push this across the finish line. Legislators considering it. The House balked on it the other day. So is this dead and done, or we still got a chance at making it a $30 million pot to get the PRCA here in Cheyenne?
Well, as the headline of the story says, this issue's not dead or anything like that. Anytime a measure is an appropriation, it also goes to the Appropriations Committee for their recommendation. It already passed the Tourism and Travel Committee 9-0 as a recommended do pass. And so it goes to the floor no matter what, but it will go to the floor with a recommendation against it from House Appropriations. So that's kind of it caused a little bit of consternation initially among supporters because they were trying to understand what it meant. And I think we're still trying to understand what it means. Is it a signal that this is about to become a bargaining chip in the upcoming budget negotiations? I don't know. It may become more clear once this hits the floor.
Yeah, I mean, I hate everything gets political nowadays and partisan and all that. I hope we can just make this decision on its own. Is it worth spending money to bring PRCA here? Not, well, we'll do this and you got to do this for the University of Wyoming or the Wyoming Business Council. Like, could be, as these 10 hash it out, 5 from the Senate, 5 from the House. This conference meets to close a $170 million gap. In that gap is a potential $15 million headed to the PRCA to move headquarters and the Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame here at the museum. All right, thanks for updating us on that. What else has Renee Jean been up to?
One thing I would say about the tax issue that you were talking about, yes, it's taxes that, people pay on lodging. But the thing about taxes, a lot of them are earmarked to specific things. So I see a lot of people wanting to spend it for education or they want to spend it for police. You really can't do that. This money was approved by voters. It's earmarked by voters for development of tourism projects. If the PRCA, moving the PRCA headquarters and museum to Cheyenne doesn't qualify as tourism, economic development, what does?
Yeah.
I guess the question. And then the other thing I want to highlight about this is the economic impact. So is the economic impact from this facility worth the $30 million from tax revenues that have been earmarked for tourism and economic development by tourism? The study done by Cheyenne Leeds says that economic impact is $250 million. Those are tax revenues, as I understand it. Those are tax revenues that the facility would pay over a 10-year period while it's here. So you'll spend $30 million in tax money and over a 10-year period get $250 million. So I guess those are the kind of things that legislators are weighing as they consider whether to spend this $15 million to help make this happen. I see a lot of people saying, well, why should we pay them? They should just do it if it's good for them. But I mean, the deal's contingent on it not costing them anything to make a big move like this. So that's kind of the way economic development happens these days. You could have 50 different states in the country. A lot of them have very attractive locations. They're all willing to stick something out there to sweeten the pot a little to attract the economic development to their state instead of your state. If you want to be less competitive in that environment, that's fair. That's a fair point for people to consider, but it's important to understand the consequence. You'll be less competitive compared to your neighbors.
Or even remember the PRCA, they may stay put. I mean, it wasn't their original idea to me. They didn't say we're moving. Who wants us? This was sussed out of just a regular internal meeting. So, it's not a decision made in a vacuum. PRCA, it's going to cost money to relocate, just like it does to your average family looking to move across the state. And there's Fort Worth and other communities saying, hey, we'll start you out. Here's a little starter money. And then there's also this notion the PRCA may not move at all. So, as a rodeo fan, I love the idea that we put it right next door to the Cheyenne Frontier Days, and bam, over, Wyoming wins rodeo. But lawmakers will consider a lot of dollars. And good point about the tax money. Lodging tax statutorily needs to be spent on creating more tourism or mitigating the impacts of tourism to a lesser degree. There's a formula, and that's all the money can be spent on. So it is a tax, but it's an earmarked tax toward just this kind of a thing.
You can't just spend it for, better highway patrol revenues.
Yeah.
It's earmarked. The measure was approved under the idea that this money will go to tourism, this money will go to developing more tourism in Wyoming. And so, you can't just willy-nilly say, oh, I want to spend it for education. That would be lying to the people, that you told them you would use this money to develop tourism. So you just can't do that.
Renee Jean's story in the cap. You can't do that. That's your takeaway. Renee Jean says you can't do that.
And then you can change the law and decide to earmark money for something else. But that would take a whole process where everybody gets to weigh in and say, I think that's a bad idea, or I think that's a great idea. We should really do that. There's a process to it.
Yeah, I don't want to put this idea in the heads of the 5 House members on that conference, but I'm thinking in their mind it is a bit of a bargaining chip. If you stall that $15 million, it could be something you could use as you try to close a $170 million gap on where the Senate and the House don't see eye to eye on the budget. Certainly feels like that from my armchair quarterbacking. Renee, let's talk about horse racing. Let's change sports. Let's go to Evanston. I had the horse racing dude on the other day. That's a huge economic boom. He's got the Horse Palace thing in Cheyenne. Now he's got the other entry point covered in Evanston, and they're already seeing, like a week later, it's the ripple effect of horse racing and all the boost to the economy.
Well, it's not a cause and effect thing, Jake. I mean, they didn't build the Horse Palace and then a week later, everyone woke up that morning and decided to do things. This has been going on for a while. It's been building. They have 300 brood mares there. Now, a lot of them are coming from other states, Kentucky even. I mean, Kentucky's like the horse racing capital of the world. But the rancher that I talked to has horses in Kentucky. He has a mare there that has birthed, an $850,000 foal. I can't even imagine paying that much money for a single animal. But these animals are high dollar. They're worth a lot of money. And he is bringing that horse back to Wyoming because the deal in Wyoming is better. So being able to attract that kind of a horse to the state, that's significant. He's just one rancher. This is happening, not just one rancher making this kind of calculus. There are lots of people in this industry who are looking at Wyoming and saying, it's a better deal there. I'm going to move some of my horses there. Enough of them are doing that this veterinary, and this is a national trend, by the way, lots of communities, especially rural communities, are losing their large animal vets. They don't have them anymore. They go places where they can make more money, larger cities. Who can blame them? You make more money. It's good for you. But it's bad for these little communities that need a vet. In Evanston's case, though, they are keeping their large animal vet. His business in the equine area has tripled year over year, tripled in 1 year. And so he's building a mare motel there, place where, like 40 different horses can have their foals in a nice, warm environment with all the veterinary services necessary. I mean, think about what I said before. These animals cost 6 figures. Where are you going to take your 6-figure horse? Probably to the Mare Motel.
Yeah, it's where every stallion wants to be, Mare Motel. Tell me where to book a room. No, you're right.
6-figure horse someplace where every service possible to maintain both the health of the mother and the baby.
Yeah.
So, that's one aspect of it. He's also looking at partnering with a business in, I think it was Utah, that has 930 embryo transfers already. So, we could see a lot more brood mares coming to Wyoming. 930. Think about that. That's triple what it is now in Evanston, Wyoming. And that is already having a big ripple effect in the community. New restaurants opening, new businesses opening. It's not just ranchers like Jack Sims who are bringing their horses to Wyoming. This has an effect that goes throughout the entire economic community.
Well, it's the vision of the guy we had on the other day, Eugene Joyce. He and his business partner, John Sheldon, doing something really unique. Wyoming horse racing, Sweetwater Downs, Evanston, it's pretty cool. And what about the OTB and and that kind of the betting and the gaming? They're also involved in that too. It's super popular.
Well, that is what is creating this attraction to Wyoming.
Yeah.
Okay, that parimutuel wagering is building a kitty, a pot of money, so that you can pay ranchers for keeping their brood mares in Wyoming. So that's the reason that suddenly it's more attractive to have your animals come to Wyoming.
Yeah.
Without that, the whole thing falls apart.
Renee Jean reporting, read the stories. We've been talking about those and more. Renee, thank you for coming on. Have a great weekend.
Okay.
Cowboy State Daily Ask Abby is next, concerning all things dancing.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
I don't like the clown music.
Yeah, it's not clown music, it's game show.
It's the circus in my brain. It's the circus, which actually is kind of fitting, I guess.
Yeah, totally. Our next contestant live from Casper, Wyoming is Abby. We're going to ask Abby. Did you hear what the topic is?
I did not.
I've been saying it all morning. There's no excuse.
No, you haven't been saying it all morning because I listened to you talking to my good pal Lucas about Rescue River, and you didn't mention it. So,
oh, all right.
In your face.
Lucas is a great guy. Dude, him and his wife making bank in the tech world in California than Austin, and then he realizes maybe there was a different calling for him. He's changing lives in Uganda. That's so cool. Have you ever been to Africa anywhere?
No.
Oh, wouldn't that be something?
Yeah.
To do. Oh, Lucas, take us on your next trip.
Yeah.
He's living over there now, so I don't know. All right, I got the buzzer ready. Let's begin with all things dancing, everything regarding dances, dancing, dance. You loved it. You were just at Ian Munsick, and you were probably doing one of these three country music dances associated with country music. Give me any of three.
Like line dancing?
That's one. You want to go for bonus?
Square dancing?
Not what we had in mind. More the actual dance. Like
two-step.
Yes. We'll go with two-step or country swing dancing. Yes. Was that a good show, by the way? Of course.
Oh, yeah. It was great. Yeah.
Okay, here's, we're going to start off easy like we always do, and then get tougher. The Great Dancing Plague of 1518 happened when? What year? Within
1518. What do you mean?
I told you we'd start easy. No, I'm just like freaked out about this. Modern day France in the year 1518, there was an episode of what was called the Dancing Plague or Dancing Epidemic, where the entire population, like people would just break out and dance and not stop until they died.
That is not real.
Seriously. It's on the internet. It has to be real. Look it up on the Wikipedia. Between up to as many as 400 people took to dancing for 2 weeks. Historians don't know why, sometimes calling it perhaps stress-induced mass hysteria, or perhaps somebody put out an ABBA record. I don't know. But people started dancing and could not stop until they died.
Wow.
Yeah, freaky. Okay, you're 1 for 1.
No, I got the first question right.
Oh, you're two for whatever. You haven't missed one yet. What ancient civilization depicted dancers in their paintings around 3300 BC?
Egyptians.
Yes, Egyptians knew there was dancing even way back when. I mean, King Tut danced.
Yeah.
Steve Martin. Which year? Okay. Which European dance style was developed in the 16th century and often accredited to King Louis XIV?
Excuse me.
Bless you.
The mashed potato.
No, 1500s.
I don't know.
What dance? What is like one of the oldest dances? Like you see it and you're like, oh,
The waltz.
The waltz is in the next question, though, actually. And all right, we gave it away. What dance is done in 3/4 time signature?
Oh, the waltz.
Yeah, the waltz is the 3-beat. No, we were looking for ballet, the 16th century dance. What dance form? I guess I should have said not step. What dance form was developed in Brazil associated with Carnival?
The chapanga.
It's think of like a Latin dance form.
I can't think of the name right now.
I know. I don't blame you. I could never.
The cha-cha.
We'll give it to you because that is a question for later. It's the samba is what we were looking for, but I love it. Cha-cha. Middle Eastern dance. Middle Eastern. Think of that kind of like music and stuff. Characterized by undulating movements and a lot of hip work.
What's it start with?
Well, it's named after a body part. What kind of dancing named after a body part? Part of your body.
I don't know.
It's right on the tip of your tongue. Tongue is not the body part, by the way. It's the way to a man's heart.
The stomach.
The stomach dance.
No way.
No, the belly
dance. The belly dance. Golly.
Belly dance.
Jeez.
I know. If I were you, like answering these questions, I get it. Like you're not in that frame of mind where you can be answering. I totally get it. I would suck at this. I'm glad I'm on the asking end.
My only saving grace is the fact that my favorite movie since I've been a child is Dirty Dancing.
What 1987 movie does Baby Houseman fall in love with her dance instructor?
Dirty Dancing.
That fell right into your wheelhouse, didn't it?
Yeah.
Michael Jackson unleashed this famous moonwalk dance in what song?
Oh, this is a good one. I have to think about it for a second.
Yeah, like try to get it in your head. Like close up. I'll stop talking.
Is it Annie? Are you okay?
What?
No, Smooth Criminal. Sorry.
You're going deep in the Michael J. catalog.
The moonwalk. I see the performance.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Smooth Criminal.
He may do it in Smooth Criminal, but the first time we ever saw it, and we said, look at that, he's dancing backwards.
Oh. Play me 3 seconds of it.
I wish I could. We get in trouble. All right, I'll play you like 3 seconds.
2 seconds.
2 seconds of it. It'll take me a minute. All right, stand by. It's like his most famous song.
That's so hard to say. He's so most famous for so many songs.
I know.
It's not Beat It.
No, but that is one of his, that's pretty famous.
It wasn't Thriller.
You know what? I'll tell you this. You get half right on that. You get both. Because my stupid internet site where I go for these trivia questions said the answer was Thriller. And it's wrong. And I just want you to know that I've done the research for you. I just don't believe whatever I read. Yeah.
Oh.
You know that beat. Yeah. She's not my girl.
Yeah. Golly, what is the title of the song?
Everybody right now on the Facebook is like typing in, and I'm surprised.
What is the song?
You know that song. Not my girl.
Billie Jean.
Yes, Billie Jean.
Wow.
Very good. We first learned the moonwalk watching Michael Jackson's video for Billie Jean.
Yeah. I remember. I had the song wrong in my head.
Yeah, you were. I think you knew it all along. You just didn't get the title to come out of your mouth.
I'm excited. They made. They're making a movie. They made a movie about Michael Jackson.
Oh.
It's going to come out. The creators of Bohemian Rhapsody, I think, made it.
Is it going to center on his music or the part of his life that got really bizarre, like the whole chamber he put himself in and the?
I think it's going to be mostly about like his music career. That's what I gleaned from the preview, but you never know.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, how about let's go back to dancing forms, dancing styles, dancing. What dance style is known for its metal-soled shoes popularized in vaudeville?
Tap dance, clogging,
tap
river
dancing,
dance.
Yeah.
Remember when river dance was
yes, and that they did it in the Shania Twain song. Whatever song that was. Yeah. People still, you go to a 4-H fair in Wyoming, they're clogging for like a blue ribbon.
Really? I was a tap dancer for a minute.
Oh, yeah. It seems hard.
When I was little, everything was challenging. It still is, actually. But yeah.
My wife thinks she's going to be a tap dancer, and I put an end to that. The noise. Oh, God. Nobody needs that. This dance music was popularized in the 1970s.
Disco.
Yeah, disco, baby. What traditional dance from Spain is characterized by expressive arm movements and foot stomping?
I can visualize it. You gave me a great visual. I don't know what it's called.
Yes, you do.
What's it start with?
It's sort of also named for a pink-looking bird you'll find in Florida.
Oh, the flamingo?
Flamenco dancing.
Flamenco?
Flamenco, yeah.
Oh, flamenco.
Yeah.
Okay.
What dance is characterized by the beat slow, slow, quick, quick? A very sensual dance. Partner.
I feel like this was referenced in Dirty Dancing.
Could be.
I don't know.
Slow, slow, quick, quick. You put two Italians together for any amount of time and they'll eat spaghetti and they'll dance this dance.
Will I know it?
Yes. It takes two.
Tango.
There you go. Okay. This movie stars Kenny Loggins. Well, it doesn't. The song is Kenny Loggins. Kevin Bacon. Kenny Loggins. Footloose. This dance was born on the urban city streets and inner cities, introduced for the first time into the 2024 Olympics in Paris. What style dancing is this?
Oh my gosh, that was a moment, wasn't it?
Yes, it was so weird. Like
the Olympic break dancing.
Olympic break. Only Parisians would say, yeah, break dancing. That sounds like a sport.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
The French. Partnered with pro dancer Cheryl Burke, Apple co-founder Steve Wozniak famously did this dance on Dancing with the Stars.
The pachanga.
What is it with the pachanga?
I don't know. I just remember it from Dirty Dancing.
I don't even know what that is. The pachanga.
I don't know either. I just remember the old guy talking about it.
I haven't seen that in a long time. That's where they say nobody puts baby in a box or something?
Corner. A corner.
Oh.
A box. Yeah, please don't put your children in a box either.
Corner. Okay, yeah. It's been a long time since I've seen that. No, we're looking for a dance. This dance proves that you've been overserved. If you see anybody bust this out at a wedding, the
worm?
Yeah, there you go. No more for this guy. Yeah, when the worm.
That was a good reference.
When the worm comes out, it's over. Okay, famous dancer. One of the most famous dancers who parlayed his dancing into a Hollywood career as a actor. He's from Omaha, Nebraska, but I bet you that won't help.
That's a clue?
Yeah, one of the greatest hoofers of all time. If you turn on an old... Hoofers is how they referred to as dancers.
I don't know that I know any famous dancers.
Yes, there's two of them I'm thinking of. One, tap dance to Singing in the Rain. I'm singing in the rain.
Is this before my time?
Yeah, but they're legends, Abby. You have to learn.
Was he in White Christmas?
Ooh, I don't think so. Maybe. I don't know. But
was he in Mary Poppins? Was it that guy?
Oh, Dick Van Dyke?
Yeah.
No, it's not that guy. Even older. This guy performed on Broadway for the first time in 1917. He goes way back. So like early black and white movies, you would have seen him dancing in a musical. Every musical made in the 30s and 40s had this guy or the other guy.
I don't like musicals.
Wrong answer.
I don't know. Jake, that's too old for me.
Oh, you're such a baby.
What's the name? Start with. What's it start with?
It's like you're still in high school. It's like talking to a teenager. And one guy we're looking for, his initials are F.A.
Frank?
Not Frank, but you're probably
Francis?
You'll know him when you hear him.
Fred Astaire.
Yes. Wow, that came to you, or somebody texted you?
It came to me.
Yeah, right. Came to you in a vision called Apple phone. Gene Kelly would have been another answer we would accept. Gene Kelly, Fred Astaire, two legends of dance. Come on.
Is Gene Kelly a guy or a girl?
A guy. What famous ballet tells the story of a young girl turned into a swan? It's considered a classic.
Black Swan?
Well, no.
Oh.
That's a good movie though.
I don't know that. I know it's famous. I know that.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's called.
It's a Christmas song. You always hear this song at Christmas. Something that makes gentlemen cringe a little when they hear the title of this song.
I don't know.
We're looking for Nutcracker.
You're so weird.
I know. On that note, we is out of time. You did pretty good, Abby. You really did.
Thank you to Dirty Dancing. Next time I want Pachanga to be an answer, okay?
Pachanga? I'm going to give you, just because you mentioned something I have never heard of, I got to go back and, I've never heard of that. Pachanga.
I'm going to Google it now. Watch videos.
So you win trivia just for stumping the questioner. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Great weekend. It's Ask Abby. Let's come right back. We're going live, I believe, to Puerto Vallarta next. Pack light, because we may have to move quickly. There's cartel violence down there, you know.
Oh, look. Another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Joining us in the conversation is, I don't even know, because my producers tell me you're Linda, but I see Lindy. Linda B?
Lindy B is my Facebook name, but I'm Linda Hughes.
We're going to go with Lindy B.
All right. Lindy B.
I'm making the call. Lindy B is sheltering in place It's not that bad. Actually, so, I mean, the first thing we got to do is ask what's going on. We know Puerto Vallarta, Mexico, one of the cities that is experiencing some cartel pushback after El Mencho was knocked off. This is what happens when you date an influencer. She puts her whole life out there on Insta, and then they know where to drop the bombs. That was a dumb move. Anyway, El Mencho gets knocked off, and his guys get all mad, and they start burning down XOXOs, whatever those are. So
Hugs and kisses, baby.
Of course, duh, Jake.
Hello.
So that Sunday, take us back to that Sunday. Was it like for a moment, like, what the heck is happening? How'd you find out what was happening?
Yeah, I started seeing a couple of posts on Facebook with, some smoke rising, and kind of went outside and kind of looked around a little bit, and I could see different plumes of smoke. And as the morning, in just short order, we started seeing smoke in every direction. It felt like we're very centrally located in a high tourist area, a lot of Airbnbs, a lot of local people. We live in a little colonial casa here. And it's 2 blocks away from a large indoor-outdoor mall with probably 100 or 150 shops and grocery stores. Everything you want is right there. And so they chose that as one of their main staging grounds for their little distraction. Temper tantrum, I want to call it.
Yeah, these guerrilla, like, they picked a spot that, I mean, this is not typically an unsafe part of Mexico. This is tourist Mexico. This is gringo Mexico. You have with you, I'm assuming some of these UBC kids. Are these the college kids that would have starved to death if not for?
Yes. They look like they were on the verge of death.
Yes.
As you can see.
Which one's Savannah?
Right here.
Hi, Savannah. How are you?
Good.
British Columbia. So you're down there spring break. You got an early spring break, but in Canada, it can't come early enough, right? They're like, let me get out of the winter.
Yes. Yeah, we came down here for like a fun like friend group spring break trip, and then we were supposed to go back on Sunday, and we were all packing our bags, like about to order our Ubers to the airport, and then you guys saw like the black smoke outside, and then they started searching it up, and it was like, oh, like this isn't good. And then we were just like waiting to see if our flight got canceled or not, because like we were like, we don't know what to do. And then from there it got canceled, and then we like had packed up all the way because we didn't have any food, and we were like, oh my gosh, we have no food.
Yeah, you didn't want to leave any food in the place you were at because you were supposed to be gone from there. So you needed food. Now, it's funny that both of you saw stuff going. First, you saw stuff outside the window, like you heard things. You saw smoke, and then we all got to go to the internet, man. I got to search on what's happening in my life. What if the internet was down? You would have probably been more freaked out, but
Yeah. We're gone to the airport and then figured out when it was like not time.
Yeah, you wouldn't have been able to get to the airport. They were stopping vehicles and they were telling people to get out. They had zero intention of harming people, in spite of the warnings, that tourists are going to be shot on sight. There's just like next to zero chance of that, unless you're being a dumb, I'll leave that one out.
Yeah.
You're going to be fine in Mexico. And they're not going to touch the tourists because we're their lifeblood. It's a vibrant community. I mean, there's a business everywhere you turn. There's just business everywhere.
Yeah.
But we really help support the economy.
Yeah.
So that's a no-no.
That place, Cancun. The wife and I go to Cabo, which is pretty much South California. I mean, it's hardly Mexico.
Right. California was Mexico, baby.
Right,
So that's why I'm used to hanging out with these folks. They're decent and wonderful, and we feel completely comfortable.
Initially, you got messages from Washington, D.C. saying Americans under attack and shelter in place. Still, though, at the moment, Sunday, something's going on. This is not your average Sunday, and it's probably not safe to go take a car ride. How did you find out about? Was it Savannah's dad, or you found out on the internet that somebody nearby in the neighborhood might need a little help?
Well, first off, going back to that morning, we had seen the smoke. We could smell, it was just permeating the air. The sky was gray. We started hearing gunfire, explosions, rapid gunfire, and we couldn't really see much of anything. And I had to get some of my friends, sheltering here with us or make sure they were okay. So I had run down with one of my friends to pack her up, because we didn't know what we needed to do. We packed go bags with all of our important stuff. Few little odds and ends to bribe our way out of whatever situation if that were to come to pass. We just didn't know what was happening. And so we got back here and spent, just the day just listening and watching. And it did settle down after some hours. I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 hours. It seemed like there was silence pretty much. Nobody was on the road. The main highway was completely shut down, zero traffic, and it's usually bumper to bumper.
Yeah.
So, of course, yes, we're doom scrolling and we're doing our thing. And I do apologize. One of the photos that I included on my Facebook page, which your newspaper used, was an AI generated one of an OXO burning. So I know one of your readers had a fit about that, and I had to, set them straight that it wasn't your fault, it was mine, and it was inadvertent, so I apologize. But then I saw this Facebook post from a frantic dad saying, our kids have had no food since yesterday. They were scheduled to fly out this morning, head to the airport and have breakfast on the way. They're trapped. We don't know what to do. We're frantic. And I was like, I initially said, well, we're a 6-minute drive or a 20-minute walk, but I wouldn't recommend they go out after dark. And it was getting close to that point. So, I don't know, the mom and me came out and I just said, well, I'm taking them food. So that's pretty much kind of what happened. I reached out and we connected.
Oh wow! So y'all that were at the college at the Airbnb, when the knock on the door came from Lindy B, you might have thought it's Polizia or cartel. Like, why'd you even answer the door? Wasn't that
I was
bad?
in contact with like my dad and Lindy, and
Oh,
like she
yeah.
was like, "Oh, we're on the way," and I was like, "Okay, perfect."
Nice.
But I thought it was two girls. I didn't read the post quickly
Yeah.
too quickly, and I thought it was two kids. And then they opened the door, and there's this like group.
And you're
And
like, I'm gonna need some more tamales. Like, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
Tamales. They probably had enough of that. I'm an American, and I eat more than tacos, but I love my tacos. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, well, the Canadians want those Horton donuts, right? I mean, they go to Hortons, and I know. And I'm a Montreal Canadiens fan. I hope our allegiances aren't with Vancouver or Calgary, but so.
Well, we still got to make friends. We've got some bridges to mend.
Yes,
here,
we have
and,
borders to mend. I love the Canadians for even inventing hockey. It's my favorite sport. Donde está el gato? See, I know some Spanish. Where's that? The cat was back there for a minute.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, we have our 2 dogs and 3 cats, a parrot and 2 lovebirds, Lovey and Dovey.
All right, so let's get return flights booked for everybody, because heads up, University of British Columbia, some of your kids are not in class today. There they are, right there. We have evidence and no note from Dad. But the Mexican government we're booking a flight, right? When y'all fly out? Tomorrow?
Today, actually,
Today.
we have 2 of our friends left on Tuesday, and then we 3 leave today, and then 2 leave tomorrow.
And for Lindy B and husband, this wasn't, probably made more sensationalized in media. It did not cause you to think, oh man, we got to get back to Thermopolis. No.
No, I've had more dangerous situations, frankly, in Thermopolis. Yeah.
Good point.
I'm sure my reputation precedes me with some of your viewers, but that's all right.
Wow. Well, it took an international incident. It took Mexico, United States, and Canada all to teach us a lesson to come together. Look at this. We're mending.
Absolutely.
We're doing global work here. We are, after all,
Yes, we are.
the Americas.
Yes, we are.
Go Bad Bunny.
Thank you for mentioning that.
That Bad Bunny show was so good. Did you guys?
I didn't know. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
I loved it.
Yes.
All right.
How about saying, 1,000 words without saying them, a picture, and that was just one image after the next of just fantastic storytelling.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad everything turned out. I'm glad everybody's safe. And just Wyoming and Canada, which are practically the same states. Wyoming, Montana, Canada, it's all the same. Like that kind of lifestyle, that kind of living. Savannah, and who's the other 2 back there? Are you on the witness?
Emily.
I'm Perlin.
All right. Well, you all get back to your studies. Be safe. The wife and I are going to be in Cabo in another 3 weeks. So it's good to know, Lindy B, that it's okay to go to Mexico, because the message in the States is like, oh, this is terrible.
Absolutely. But I'll be back to Thermopolis too. We've been down here about a year, a little more than a year, and we love it. The people are warm, the weather is warm, the food is fantastic, world class. Any kind of food you want to find, you're going to find it, not just tacos. But we do love Thermopolis too, and thank God for the good people in the world, because, I'm going to leave it there too.
Viva la Mexico, viva la Canada, and Wyoming is great. Hey, thank you all for being on. Appreciate it.
All right.
Travel safe.
We'll see you around at the hot spring.
Yes.
Yes, come visit.
Hot Springs is so cool. I hope they get the plunge, the star plunge.
I know.
Happening.
Well, if not, hey, come to Copper Winds. We have an Airbnb there, and it's got a view of the river and a hot tub on the deck. And hey, y'all, come visit.
Done. Next time I'm in Hot Springs County. Yep. Thank you.
All right. Love y'all.
All right. Cowboy State Daily Show. That's so cool to be able to end the show. We always save the best for last, right there at the end. If you read about the story in the Cowboy State Daily, Was that a Jackie Dorothy? No, that was a Mark Hines story. It would have been interesting if Jackie Dorothy wrote that story because she lives in Thermopolis. She would have, that would have been cool. But I believe Mark Hines wrote that story about the Thermopolis couple that's hunkering down or had to hunker down for at least one day when that drug cartel violence came. If you're just catching up with that, that was long time. I know authorities have been after this guy, Nemesio El Mencho Asaguero Cervantes. He's been on the hit list. He's like the ace of spades in the deck of cards that is drug cartel members. And he's the head of the Jalisco New Generation Cartel. He's a real bad guy in the drug world, and they finally got a chance to get him. U.S. intelligence was able to pinpoint his whereabouts, I believe, through his side piece, his main squeeze or his side piece squeeze. And she somehow, they found out where he was. Mexican authorities dropped bombs, fired guns, and got rid of him. And the pushback by his cartel people after the Mexican military strike was to just, go on a looting, rampaging temper tantrum, as Lindy B pointed out. And that's exactly what it was, and burning down some things, but didn't look like they were intent on committing violence on any peoples. So we're glad everybody's safe down there, and it's just cool to see Wyoming and Canada and Mexico all get together and keep each other safe. What a great story, and cool to have Lindy B on, and Savannah, and all the kids from University of British Columbia. That's going to do it for us. Out of time on this Thursday. We'll see you tomorrow, same time. We are the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.